This video was created during the 2023 WGA and SAG strikes. Without the labor of the writers and actors currently on strike, Ahsoka wouldn't exist. Learn more about the strike at the link in the description.
We made it. It was 6:03 when I hit live, which is good because I did finally make that emoji and people are using it in the chat.
It was definitely 6:03 when we hit live.
I saw it. I pulled up the clock and it was 6:03 and 55 seconds. So we made it by 6:03. I don't want to make a 6:04 emoji after finally making the 6:03 emoji.
Watch, it's going to be 6:04 from now on just because of that.
But welcome everyone to the show between shows. I guess that title doesn't quite work anymore because there will be more shows eventually, but
yeah, there's going to be a show again at some point.
I think after this episode, it's pretty clear that there's going to be another season of Ahsoka, or at least something very, very strongly connected to it.
Either that or Filoni's movie is like being moved straight to the top.
That's true. Could be. But let's dive into this episode. It is the season finale. I almost say the lion every time. The Jedi, the Witch, and the Warlord. Fun little title. And we have a guest with us to discuss the episode. Please welcome Mike from Who's the Bossk. How's it going, Mike?
Hey guys, thank you so much for having me. I'm really thrilled to be here.
I'm glad to have you too, because we just kept bumping into you at cons and stuff.
Yeah.
And we would sit next to one another. We were hanging out at Celebration and then San Diego Comic-Con. So great to have you on the show.
Yeah, I've been such a big fan of you guys. I swear by your channel. I recommend you to everyone.
Let's just go into the episode. And the series itself. What did you think of the entire series? How did it sit with you?
I really liked the series a lot. I have an anxiety. I'm very anxiety prone in general. But I mentioned this to you before we started. I am anxious about this because, as you guys may be aware, you had a little card talking about the strikes starting off the show. But the entertainment industry is in a very volatile state right now, especially in the streaming world. So I know that Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau have this big plan over the next few years, or however many years their plan goes for. My fear is that they're not going to be able to do all the things that they want to do. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Star Wars is safe in general. I know a lot of people, I think, they've said a lot of people were watching Ahsoka, so that's a good sign. But I guess my only fear is that, when somebody gets the opportunity to tell a story like this, my feeling nowadays is that you should probably just tell the whole story and not make it the beginning of a story, because you just never know. I've been burned too many times before, and I have this fear that we're not going to see the whole thing fleshed out the way they've planned. But I really hope I'm wrong.
I think that what you're describing with the strikes and just the way that streaming is being handled and probably is going to be handled moving forward, that you're not super off base. Like it's okay to be anxious about that. But I do think one of the best things about Star Wars is that even if the worst were to happen and like Ahsoka season 2 didn't get greenlit, we would still probably get the story, just not in this form.
Yeah.
In comic books, maybe.
Yeah.
I think you're right to expect a beginning, middle, and end to a season of television. I don't think that's something wild to not expect. But also, I feel like Filoni at this point, after getting the Clone Wars renewed to come back for an extra season, he might just feel like he's invincible and he can just leave things off, and eventually we'll pick back up later.
Yeah, my fear is that they're kind of treating future seasons as like a foregone conclusion, which I just feel like it's not at this point. Like anything can happen. Like Disney Plus might not exist in 5 years. We don't really know where all this is going. It's very new. This format is very, very new and very tumultuous. So crossing my fingers.
I'm hopeful that, they announced the movie. It does sound like they have this big plan on how they're going to move forward to get there. How many seasons of how many series we have in between now and the film is unclear. Like, we're kind of assuming there's going to be a season 2 of Ahsoka, but maybe we're just going to jump into the film sooner than we think. We don't know.
And Lucasfilm announcing a movie means less to me now than it did a decade ago.
That's also a very fair point.
Yeah.
But how about just the episode itself? What did you think of it? Did you like it, struggle with it? What were your thoughts coming out of it?
I liked it a lot. I thought it was very exciting. The action was great in particular. I think Rick Famuyiwa has proven himself to be a really capable action director, and he's proven that on Mandalorian, of course. And I thought, personally, I'm a fan of the talkier episodes rather than the action heavy episodes, but for an action heavy episode, this was a really solid one. There were things that paid off from the season that a lot of people predicted. The zombie, I mean, are we going into spoilers here?
Oh,
the,
yeah.
let's get
If people are here,
Okay.
I really think
the zombie night troopers, I think everybody kind of predicted that. I have a question for you guys about that, though. To your understanding, I haven't watched your reaction on your channel yet. Were the night troopers zombies already before they were felled in that fight, or were they then resurrected and became zombies? Because I feel like the way they walked, they had that green glow in their eyes. What is your thoughts on that?
it's
I
funny.
feel like it
Go ahead,
was
Mollie.
sorry. I think they were not dead to begin with, because Thrawn was like, he seemed like he was going to the Great Mothers to be like, okay, it's time to do that thing that we talked about that you guys can do. And it was like a big deal. So I felt like that was maybe the first time they did that, but like Thrawn knew that that was the plan going forward.
Okay.
I think it's something that he has done before, because the Death Troopers, the
Right.
Double Death Troopers or the Mega Death Troopers, I've seen a lot of fun names for the zombified Death Troopers. Like, we didn't see them die the way that the other Stormtroopers did, but they were already clearly zombies. So I think it's something that Thrawn has done before, but those Stormtroopers had not died yet. And they kind of had that hype up moment where Thrawn was like, these are the volunteers. They know what they're about to do.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. And to finish answering your question, yes, I really like the episode. I thought parts like that were a little predictable. I always like to be surprised, and I wasn't surprised a tremendous amount. In fact, I really want to go back. If I were a less lazy person, I would go back to an episode of my podcast from a few weeks ago where I predicted that the season would end with a shot of Anakin's Force Ghost smiling at Ahsoka. So I just kind of like that kind of stuff was telegraphed, I feel like, weeks ago. But, very solid. Otherwise, my biggest frustration of the whole thing comes from the Balin Skull story of it all. Boy, I mean, he got like one very brief scene in this episode, and they were building up so much to that, and I just really wanted to find out what that was all about. And it's especially frustrating. It feels like an especially big tragedy. I mean, Ray Stevenson's death already was a tragedy, but the fact that we know now that his story was intended to continue, boy, that is disheartening and a huge bummer. That was my first initial reaction coming out of the episode, that I just felt very, very sad to know that Balin's story won't continue in the way that it was intended.
Mm-hmm.
And that,
I felt the same way.
Ray just crushed that role. He was one of my favorite parts of the entire series, and I was just like, heartbroken that he didn't get to see the reaction to his character, and that we're not going to get to see that continue on. But yeah, Mollie, you had some similar thoughts.
Yeah, I liked the episode a lot. I thought the season as a whole was really, really fun. And by the time we finished the finale, I was just kind of like so sad for Balin and Shin's characters that we didn't get more from them in the big finale, that it was hard for me to get past that. But I watched it again today, and I tried to just focus on everything else and not let that drag me down. And it was great. I mean, everything with the Night Sisters, the whole season, was like perfect. No notes for me. Like, I was not expecting to get that much cool Night Sister stuff, and they delivered on all that stuff, and I had a blast with that.
I have such an interesting relationship with this episode because I think it was the most fun I had watching this series so far. It was the first 3 episodes were a little rocky for me, and then after 4 and 5 and 6, it just kept building, and I was like, I'm really enjoying this. And then this episode, the whole time, I was like, this is the biggest reactions that I've had throughout, I think, the entire season. We always joke that like I'm very focused when we film our reactions, so I don't do much, but I was doing a lot in this episode because it was just a bunch of cool, fun stuff. Uh, there were things that frustrated me, or just like we kept looking down at the runtime to be like, is there time to do anything with Balin and Shin? And it turns out, no, there's not. So there was an element of that. But despite frustrations that I definitely had about the episode, I just had a blast watching it. And I'm glad that we have like a really solid live action Halloween episode that we can go to for the future.
Oh, so my other first thought when I saw the zombie night troopers was, this is every cosplayer's wet dream, and the wet dream of everyone working at Hasbro. They can repaint those stormtroopers now and release them. People are going to want to build their zombie night trooper and stormtrooper armies out, and I can't wait to get a hold of those figures myself.
Since we're discussing it, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the drawing that I did for the week, because I mean, it had to be done. I did my best version of the Death Trooper with his mask ripped open, and I wrote "Happy Halloween" and Arabesh up there. Because just perfect release timing for October.
I also drew a zombie trooper.
Mine
is not as, I don't know if this is supposed to be the Death Trooper. I guess it is, because I left his mouth open, but he wants Jedi brains real bad. But yeah, the zombie troopers were probably the most fun, campy, pulpy part of the episode that was the most fun for me to watch them. And then the Night Sister stuff, Morgan getting promoted and getting her magical item was awesome.
Yeah, upgrading her D&D character or leveling up.
Now,
were those sword?
Were those stink lines coming off of the zombie stormtrooper, or were they green magic?
Oh, I thought they were green magic.
Okay. Green magic, but I mean, I assume they probably are going to start stinking eventually, so it could work for both.
Should I show my drawing now?
Yeah, sure.
So hopefully you can see this. Yeah, there we go.
Ooh. Oh, wow. Oh, you can draw.
That's a storyboard.
I haven't drawn for a long time, but there's it is Morgan Elsbeth getting her promotion, as I called it as well, because when she died at the end, I yelled out, "No, she just got a promotion."
I know. Me too. I mean, she was doing terrible things all basically since we've known her. She's a bad guy, but yeah, right after she got promoted, I was like bummed that she got killed.
That's something I think this series did really, really well, is I found myself rooting at some point for all of the heroes and villains. Like, I was kind of bummed when Morgan died in this episode, and when Ahsoka and Sabine were chasing Thrawn at the end, I was like, I don't really want them to stop him. I want him to get away, but I was also hoping they would get away too. So I was just torn with my loyalties, not to mention Balin and Shin, really fun baddies.
Yeah, totally agreed. Everyone was really, really interesting. And I think like that, the stuff with the Night Sisters was all so wonderful to me because, you know, we've seen Night Sisters before. We haven't met these great mother characters that I know of in Legends or anywhere. Mm-hmm. It all felt so fresh and new, especially like, that's why I drew that scene. Cause like that, it just felt really new to me and surprising. I just didn't see that coming. And the fact that she had to stay behind and sacrifice herself. I just really love that character, the Morgan Elsbeth character. I'm kind of going to miss her.
I want to talk about that little sacrifice moment, because there are two things that happen in this episode where first Morgan stays behind and Thrawn's like, for the Empire, and he walks away, and she kind of whispers for
Dathomir.
Yeah.
And then later on, when Thrawn orders the bombardment of the Night Sister fortress, and like that lead Night Sister kind of gives him a look, I'm like, oh, they're not on the same page as much as he may think.
They're hitching a ride. They're going back to Dathomir with what I have to assume is the army of dead Night Sisters in those crates. So I feel like once they get there, something might happen and they're gonna kick him to the curb.
It is kind of strange that Thrawn, being as smart as he is, doesn't realize that the Night Sisters, fellow villains are not just out for themselves, but maybe he does, and he's just playing the really long game because that's kind of Thrawn's thing. So maybe he has planned for that contingency.
It's interesting just seeing ways that, of course, Heir to the Empire and the original Legends Thrawn trilogy are being referenced here, but I was not expecting so much courtship of Princess Leia to
Right.
also make it in with the Night Sisters, with the Empire kind of setting up a base on Dathomir. I'm like, this is wild. That's one of the last books I would have thought they'd take pieces from.
Oh, that's another big point that I want to make. We kind of got confirmation in this episode that they are referencing Thrawn having hung out with Anakin and Darth Vader in the novels, because he kind of hinted last week that he knew him, but he's pretty much spells it out this week. I know you because I knew your master, which is just so exciting for me because I've heard you say this before as well, Alex, but I just love when the books matter. I love when people see an episode of television or even a movie and go, well, I got to go and read that book now to find out how Thrawn knew Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker, which is, I hope that the sales of Thrawn Alliances skyrockets now because people are going to investigate that. It's just, Timothy Zahn's such a wonderful writer, and I really want more people to discover, more Star Wars fans to discover that stuff.
Yeah, it was nice that it was kind of a shock to a lot of people that Balin knew who Anakin was. But then I was like, if Balin knows, Thrawn has to know about Anakin. They can't just ignore the fact that they were in a book together. So yeah, I'm also really glad that they put that in there.
Yeah, and they even basically referenced both timelines of that, of like, he knew Anakin before he was Vader, and then he hints that he's like, oh, maybe you'll have the same fate that your master did.
Yeah, that's a real dig at Ahsoka there. I have to imagine she was not happy about this implication that she might follow the same dark path that Anakin did. That would really get under my skin.
What did everyone think of Thrawn's portrayal in the season so far?
I liked it a lot. We've talked about this at length before, but I would have liked to have seen something in the finale, like him just blowing up a bunch of New Republic ships on his way back in, because to the audience that doesn't really know Thrawn, they've just been told like, oh, he's really bad. It's going to be bad if he gets back. But we need to see that and why people should be so worried about him coming back. So we'll see it eventually, but it would have been nice to see that in the finale.
It's odd because the three of us, like, we know who Thrawn is. We don't really need to see it anymore. It's interesting that I feel like we're all advocating for people who haven't read the books or seen Rebels, be like, but seriously, he's real scary.
Yeah.
And I feel like there were some things that maybe he just needs to get back into the groove, but there were a lot of those moments where he's just like, yes, these are acceptable losses. And I'm like, you're saying that a lot, dude. And it's only been 3 episodes. But yeah, what did you think, Mike? Did you like Thrawn in these episodes?
I did. I really am glad that they brought back Lars Mikkelsen to reprise his voice role. I thought he was excellent in Rebels. I don't want to body shame him. He doesn't quite have the physicality that you see here when Thrawn was a little bit more slender, but I guess you could make an excuse for that because he's been away for a decade. I don't really have a problem with that. We haven't seen him in live action before. There's always been a difference between the live action and animation in Star Wars, so I'm totally fine with it. And I just think that performance is so subdued and kind of Machiavellian in his you can see the gears turning in his head, and I just love that I've always loved that about the character, and I think Lars really nails that in the performance. So I couldn't think of anybody else who would capture the character the way that he does.
I loved his just subtle acting choices. Him and Mary Elizabeth Winstead, I think, they both really nailed the subtlety of their characters. And so when you did see Thrawn get a little bit annoyed, see his face scrunch up just a tiny bit, you knew, uh-oh, like he's really freaking mad.
Oh yeah, I loved that one moment where they made it inside the fortress and he just like lets himself have a couple seconds of anger and he's like, fine, let's unleash the zombies.
But it's nice too that they show how like calm he is and how level-headed he is, because when we see every other Empire baddie, you know, they get so worked up, and that's why they're bad at their jobs, but he stays really calm. And that was one way, I guess, that they showed, yes, he supports the Empire and he's an Imperial Grand Admiral, but he's a lot smarter than everybody else.
I liked that moment where he said, you know, a lot of Imperials underestimated the rebellion too, and I've underestimated Jedi before. Never again. I really liked that one moment.
Yeah. I have a question for you guys about Ezra. Last week, Sabine offered him his lightsaber back, and he's like, "No, I don't need that anymore. I'm going to fight with the Force." And then now we see him building himself a new lightsaber. What's the difference? Why do you think he changed his mind so quickly about that?
Molly, I was going to let you start.
I part of the reason why I think he did that was because, I mean, if I found out Hu Yang was there on the ship with his workshop, his huge like lightsaber workshop, hell yeah, I'm gonna go in there and build one. He just like had everything there, and that was like something that I was really hoping would happen, even though he had that attitude to begin with. I was like, I kind of still want him to build a lightsaber just to have that scene of him and Hu Yang talking about it. But it was kind of a turn in the other direction for him, because he was like, I don't need it. The Force is my ally. And then him and Ahsoka talking about Jedis are not about lightsabers, and then he builds a lightsaber. Sabine finally uses the Force to get her lightsaber and use it. Like we're getting mixed signals.
Yeah, I felt like the writing in this episode specifically just kind of went back and forth on some things. I don't mind Ezra having a lightsaber again. I'm very much just like, whatever Ezra wants, he should have it. He's been gone for 10 years.
Sure.
So last week, I think it was more of a, first of all, that's your lightsaber, Sabine. I gave it to you. You keep it. And you probably need it more because I can protect myself. I think that's where his head was at then. I would have loved it if he stayed just like the monk warrior, because I think it sets him apart from other Jedi, and it was just really cool to see. But I'm fine with him having a lightsaber. I loved that he got like a piece of Kanan's lightsaber, kind of, or at least something to remember Kanan by. I thought that was really sweet. But yeah, like Molly said, literally Ahsoka and Sabine are talking, and Ahsoka's like, being a Jedi is more than just wielding a lightsaber. And then Ezra comes running out like, hey, I just finished my lightsaber. Even though I said last week that I proved I didn't need one, but I finished my new one. It's like, the timing on that was weird.
Because he did prove that he didn't necessarily need one in the last one, I was going to forgive that little part in the finale. And just because I got so excited seeing him annoy Hu Yang, messing up his system.
Oh yeah, that was funny. I really felt for Hu Yang in that moment.
It was
Mollie
also
has disorganized my stuff more times than I can count.
It was also kind of interesting to me that Ezra didn't know about Hu Yang's history. Like, I guess Kanan never mentioned Hu Yang to him. I might be a little offended if I were a droid.
Yeah, I thought that was a nice way to bring Kanan back into the dialogue and back into the story. Because, Hu Yang has that awesome database of every lightsaber ever built that he can use. He knows and remembers every Jedi that he's ever taught how to build a lightsaber. So I thought that was a really nice way to bring Kanan back in for a little bit in the finale.
And Molly, I guess you were right that they just have a drawer full of kyber crystals ready to be used.
Yeah. People asked if maybe he had Kanan's crystal or one of his old crystals or something like that. But I just assumed Hu Yang has a drawer full of them.
That'd be my guess too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about Balin and Shin. Even though we barely got them, they definitely, or at least Balin, had one of the biggest surprises of the episode.
Yeah, he got to go to Middle Earth.
He got to see the Argonath. He got to look at Mount Doom. I had the same reaction where I was just like, that's just the Argonath. I mean, I really enjoyed a lot of the Tolkien allusions, and they were heavy throughout this series, but I was like, okay, Dave, that's literally just the Argonath.
We got Shakespeare at the top in the Toil and Trouble, and C.S. Lewis in the title of this episode. A lot of British authors being alluded to in Ahsoka.
But what do we think about the Mortis gods being brought into this? Is that what he's ultimately after? Is he trying to reach Mortis?
It's gotta be that. What is he pointing at?
Good question. I mean, it kind of looked like it was too far in the distance, but it kind of looked like it might be the monastery from Mortis, because it was like a mountaintop with a shining crystal on it.
That had not occurred to me, but
so is this, do we think this is like another version of Mortis? So is it going to look different, or is this, well, it's definitely not Mortis, because
well, maybe, I mean, we don't know how it works exactly, but they get to Mortis through that monolith in the Clone Wars. So maybe that was just like a portal to Peridia.
This was our first super chat of the night. I'll go ahead and bring it up because it's relevant. Does this make the Mortis gods more godlike? They used to be just an unknown magical being in the main galaxy, but now they're worshipped across galaxies.
Well, thank you, Queersland, Australia, first of all. But I would have to say so, that they're known in more than just the main galaxy, that they're beings known by all kinds of Force users and not just the Jedi.
I don't know. I was bummed that the daughter's head was missing, but I assumed that's because of what happened with the Mortis arc in Clone Wars. But
I also thought if this is the homeworld of the Dathomiri, they would probably lean more towards the sun. And so maybe they were like, we're going to destroy this representation of the daughter. Since she's a light sider and they're all dark siders.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, this is the monastery I was talking about. It's like built into a mountain. It's got a big old crystal on top. So that could be what Balin saw shining off in the distance. That's gotta be
it.
I'm ashamed to say I'm not a huge Clone Wars guy. That was coming out during the period where I kind of stepped away from Star Wars. So I've only seen that arc once. I have to go back and revisit it, but I did like it.
It's wacky. Like, even for like regular watchers of Clone Wars, which we were not when this first came out, but like you watch the whole thing leading up to that, and then you get to the Mortis arc, and it's like, what is this?
It just comes, it comes out of nowhere, and it's so different. And I remember not liking it at first, just being like, that was too weird. And now I can't get enough of that kind of stuff.
I tend to gravitate toward the weirder stuff, both in Marvel Cinematic Universe and Star Wars, because we were watching Loki last night. I guess I can talk about that. Yeah, I went to the fan event thing. And I just was commenting on how I just love when both Marvel and Star Wars are weird. The weirder, the better, I say.
I like when Star Wars takes big swings, because even I would say Mortis didn't land for me when I first watched it, it definitely expanded things, and it's something that they've been able to mine over the years, and they've done it sparingly. It hasn't been overdone. So when you see a statue of the father and the son and the daughter, you're like, oh, this is about to go somewhere strange.
Yeah, it's just now we can go back and watch the Mortis arc and say, what does Balin want with the Mortis gods? Because he kept saying, I want this new beginning. I want there to be no more war. So does he think he can be like Anakin and control them, or does he want to go ask them a favor? Like, I don't know. There's
Oh, he says he wants to stop the cycle, right, of the kind of like rise and fall of the Jedi over
yeah.
generations. How you do that? I don't know. You kill the Force.
That was something that I thought maybe I was like, maybe he just wants to get rid of all of it. Now, I don't know how that works in the Star Wars universe, if that's even
Yeah.
possible, but I think Balin is willing to go the distance to find that out.
It'll be funny if he gets there and he's like, "What do you mean they're all already dead? Anakin killed them all?" That's not quite accurate, but I should stop real quick. Janelle Villegas, what is Mortis? Good question. It's basically this mystical realm where these three immensely powerful beings existed: the father, the son, and the daughter. The son embodied the dark side of the force, the daughter was the light, and the father kept the balance between them for like millions of years. And they wanted Anakin to basically come in and replace the father to keep the balance between the two. And chaos broke out. All of the Force gods wound up dying, and Anakin and Obi-Wan and Ahsoka left. But Mortis is where they all lived.
Maybe
I think
after they died, they went to Peridia and were banished there or something.
It does seem weird that, and I guess we should point out that owl like creature, the convor that Ahsoka sees, that is also the daughter, we think. So she died, but she still has like this spirit animal that follows Ahsoka around. So there could be versions of the son and the father out there somewhere.
Mm.
Since we kind of touched on the tragedy of Ray Stevenson's death earlier, I mean, what are your thoughts about the behind the scenes fix for this problem? Do you think they will recast that character? Do you think Filoni will just kind of rewrite or reconfigure what he had planned? I don't know. Are there other options?
I guess for me, I would like to see his story continue, and I think the most graceful way to do that is just to recast.
Yeah,
But
I agree. I think that it's clear that this was just the start of Balin's story, which just it frustrates me more that they didn't use him fully in this season because he was so good. Right. But yeah, I don't think they'll just drop the whole storyline, and I think it makes sense to recast him. But I'm kind of like, that's an issue for later that I'm sure they will address, and I don't want to worry about what's going to happen or who.
These are the kind of things that I am worried about.
Yeah. I'm more just like, I'm still so sad about it.
Yeah, I'm very sad as well.
And I loved how great, I just feel like Ray did so much with so little.
Yeah.
And the fact that everyone is praising him when he had not that much screen time means a lot.
Yeah. I would hope that maybe he would want the role to be recast and for the story to be able to play out completely according to whatever Filoni had written. So
yeah. What do we think of Shin, who we barely saw in this episode as well? But it seems like she's gonna try to take over the nomads.
She said she wanted power, so she's like, hey, I got a lightsaber and the Force, so you guys are all taking orders from me now. So, but I feel bad for her. Balin left her. Ahsoka offered her hand, and then she got spooked and ran off. So I eventually would love to see Shin switch sides, but I don't know what that would look like, and I don't know how long it would take us to get there. But I'm just hopeful that she's still in this for a while.
I kind of predicted that she was going to switch sides by the end of the season, and she didn't. So that was surprising to me. But it would have been nice to see when Ahsoka reached out to her in last week's episode if she had accepted that offer. But I guess it'll take, if she does eventually go to the light side, it'll take a little bit longer.
I assume in season 2 or whatever this continuation is going to be that she'll probably be their primary, I don't even want to say antagonist, but just annoyance. Like they'll probably still keep raiding the Noti, and Ahsoka and Sabine will have to protect the Noti from Shin and the Raiders.
Oh yeah, they need another showdown because Sabine can be like, I have the Force now.
That's true.
So suck it.
That's another big thing that we should talk about too, though, because I mean, Alex, or Mollie, you'll have to remind me if this has ever happened before, but this pretty much confirms the idea that you can train yourself to use the Force if you're not innately gifted with Force potential, right? Which is a big change in my mind for Star Wars lore. How do you guys feel about that?
I feel great about it.
Yeah.
I think it very much lines up with what George Lucas has always said about the Force. It's just something that we never super saw. And then I think the midichlorian issue really made that even more murky.
Yeah.
And confusing as to how the Force works. But yeah, George has always been like, the Force is within everyone. Everyone can access it. So I think it's really good to see that very clearly spelled out.
Well, I was reading. Have you read the new High Republic issue that came out today?
Oh yeah, I really loved the Shadows of Starlight.
Yeah, I loved it too. And I was thinking about how, the nameless creatures can kind of detect Force ability in people and, use it against them. But then I was trying to apply that to this kind of new context for how one can go about accessing the Force, and wondering, like, does that really jibe with each other? Is the nameless just picking up on your connection to the Force, not your ability to connect with the Force? I don't know.
Yeah, for me, I guess it felt more like the nameless are going after how in tune with it you are. Like some people are just like naturally more gifted or naturally more in tune with the Force than others. So maybe that's what they're after. Because if you're not naturally in tune with the Force, you just see a nameless and you're like, oh my God.
Right.
I mean, it still might hurt you.
Just a big scary creature. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they feed off of metachlorians or something, or maybe it's metachlorians that bring them to that. The way I've kind of headcanon metachlorians, or not totally headcanon.
It's like a peanut allergy. Some people just have it.
It's like James Luceno wrote well about it in the Darth Plagueis book, that metachlorians just gather near people who are strong in the Force. So maybe that's what the nameless are able to sense and do. So like I would assume that Sabine doesn't have a high M count right now, but it's probably growing. But
so,
I think so.
Yeah, I guess as you train yourself to use the Force on the kind of sci-fi side, your midichlorian count also grows along with that. I guess that could be it. The other big piece of information we got in this episode is the reason why Ahsoka Jedi training the first time around, because she was afraid Sabine was just kind of seeking out revenge for what happened to Mandalore at the end of the Galactic Civil War. I thought, glad that we filled in that gap.
Oh yeah, that's interesting that they kind of placed it in the timeline. It sounds like that. I was under the impression that the Great Purge of Mandalore and the Night of a Thousand Tears, I thought it happened before the Battle of Yavin, but it sounds like it happened maybe after the Battle of Endor. Could have been part of Operation Cinder or something like that, which is interesting. I kind of struggled with that scene just because it seemed like something that should have been addressed between Ahsoka and Sabine. That's how they were addressing it at the start of the series, that Sabine was chastising Ahsoka because she wasn't around when she needed her. Baylan kind of hinted that Ahsoka didn't trust her. I feel like they should have been the two to hash out what happened and work through it and come out the other side stronger. So the fact that it was just Huyang telling Ezra what happened, I'm like, that it just took away some of the emotional resonance for me.
Yeah, I thought maybe the idea of them discussing Sabine potentially being dangerous, that would have been good for them to talk about before she pulled the Thrawn business, like the Peridia business of like going with them.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that have worked better for the story if they had that conversation before that happened? And Ahsoka was like, "Well, I think I was right. She's going the dangerous route, but worked past that." I really wanted them to have a heart to heart about all that.
Yeah,
And
like I think that's a great point. They touched on a lot of that stuff. Ahsoka talking to Hu Yang about Sabine, like she was fated to make that choice. I think they actually did address that, but we didn't know they were addressing it. And in hindsight, it seems like you could have ordered this a little bit differently. There could have been more emotional stakes if we knew what happened with Sabine's family and that she was maybe driven by revenge for a while. And then that could have played into her using the Force because now she's driven by a desire to save Ezra. But a lot of that just seemed like it was lost in translation.
Mhm. Yeah.
This is a good point, though. Dino Park Dan says, "Hey, they have plenty of time to talk now, so maybe,
Yeah,
maybe in
that's
season
true.
2."
Hanging out with those turtle monsters. The no tea, sorry.
Monsters, turtle monsters. Oh, they're delightful.
They were so helpful. They fixed that ship like really fast.
That's right. Yeah.
I was like, wow, okay.
I did consider. I didn't give myself enough time, but I considered drawing that one that electrocuted itself.
Oh, that one and Grogu should
Uh-huh.
just be mechanics together, and they'd be adorable.
Hu Yang just being like, "Don't wait for me."
I really loved when you can tell the no tea were puppets. I always get a kick out of that in Star Wars because they always have that little like shudder at the end of their movement. They're just like, oh, okay, it's a puppet now. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they built them.
Or there were a lot of great moments where Ezra or someone would just interact with
Yes.
the Noti and push it around or
Yeah.
something like that. Or
When Ezra pushed it back into the window of the little shell
yeah,
vehicle.
love that. Or the times when Hu Yang is clearly there on set as a animatronic and they'll push him or knock him. I just love that.
Mhm.
Were you guys surprised that Zeb was not in this season after they set him up in The Mandalorian?
Yeah.
Me too.
I guess once he got name dropped by Sabine about what he was doing, training or whatever, I figured we weren't going to see him until Mando season 4.
I
think I would have loved to have seen him in this, but because we didn't get Ezra coming back home until the very end, it's fine that we didn't get him, I guess, because if Ezra had gotten back and had this big heartfelt reunion, I would have wanted him to be there, but
yeah,
he just walked in and didn't even get a hug yet. So
I think I let go of Zeb being in this season the second Ahsoka and Sabine got left behind, because I was like, oh, okay, it's not going to be a big group, we're all back together thing. So I was like, oh, but Ezra will come back and he'll see Hera, which that scene also just seemed like it had a bunch of odd choices in it.
Yeah. I'm sure the first one being, why didn't he take off the helmet? Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a callback to Rebels because they did put on the trooper outfits so often as a disguise, but for him to walk out like that and wait so long to take the helmet off, I was like, all right, he's just being dramatic at this point. But that is also very Ezra. So.
I think it was all meant to be a mirror of how the series started, where you have a Jedi shuttle boarding a New Republic ship. They're dressed as friends. They're claiming they're friends, but they're enemies. And then this time around, it's the same shuttle. It lands. Someone who's dressed like an enemy walks on board, and it's actually a friend. It really is a Jedi, but I was like, Ezra, now is not the time. Like, don't wear any of the armor. Just go down to the bodysuit and just be like, hey, it's me, Ezra, or else they're all going to shoot you. I'm shocked they didn't shoot him.
Is the implication, though, that Chopper recognized him, though, through his gait or something?
I guess. Yeah, I was trying to figure out, because a lot of times you can kind of figure out what Chopper's saying just by his cadence or whatever. But I was like, what is he talking about? What is he saying to him?
It's wild to me that Chopper, of all people, was the one that was not resorting to violence. Everyone else had blasters up and choppers. Like, now hold on, everyone, let's think this through.
Everybody has an arc.
I was really kind of hoping he would walk up and just bash him in the shins.
Where have you been? Smack. Yeah.
But yeah, that I wanted a hug between Hera and Ezra. It just felt a little like, come on, we've waited what 5 years for them to be reunited, and it was just like, hey Hera, I'm home.
Mm,
I feel like it could have done a little more.
yeah.
But I think I'm out of stuff on my list to talk about. If anyone else has any topics, we can jump to that, or we could answer some questions.
I have a question about the very final scene. What are they looking at in the sky before Anakin's ghost shows up? Did you understand that?
I think it's the ring around the planet.
It's the ring around the planet? Okay.
That's
that's
what
like the ring of the whales, like
Mhm.
the decomposing whale corpses.
Yeah, the whale bones.
Okay.
I thought that's what that was.
That makes sense.
I don't think Sabine actually saw anything. Like I think she was sensing Anakin, but couldn't see him.
Yeah.
And then Ahsoka sensed him, and I assume could see him. But
But the thing in the background.
yeah, that
Yes.
was the whale ring.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I didn't get the sense that they were like, something's out there.
Yeah. I did get emotional at that part, but it was also very like predictable that we would see that. It was a lot like the end of Obi-Wan.
It's very much like the end of Obi-Wan, which I actually really like. I think it's cool that Ahsoka worked through her past with Anakin specifically and accepted that, yeah, obviously he became something terrible, but he also was a good master and taught me well. And after working through that, she was able to see him once again. Whereas Obi-Wan was like, I have to work through my own stuff. And then he was able to see his master.
Yeah.
I think it also affected the way she reacted to what Sabine had done, because I mean, I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop on her, Ahsoka's response to Sabine, basically like leaving her for dead, and then siding with or accompanying the villains to Peridia, and she just kind of lets it go, which is very Jedi like. But I thought for sure, just for dramatic purposes, just for like TV writing purposes, there would be some kind of argument or fight about that, either between Ezra and Sabine or Ahsoka and Sabine. But they're just kind of cool with it and accept her for her mistake. And Ahsoka says, yeah, I've made a lot of weird choices in my life, strange choices, and yeah, it is very monk-like. It is very Jedi-like. So it works. It's an outside the box choice, I think. But I like that about it.
Yeah, Ahsoka's like super chill now. And I liked that that she brought up often no one understood my reasons, because I would hope that, now that Ahsoka and Sabine have some time together, maybe Ahsoka tells Sabine about how and why she ended up leaving the Order if she hasn't already, and telling her about all the trauma that put her through, of like getting kicked out and just having to leave everything behind, everything that she knew, and making Sabine understand that like she's made a lot of choices that had huge outcomes also in the past. Just get on some level ground with her.
I was glad that she let that go and used it as a bit of a way to find common ground with Sabine, because like she said, she's done similar things, and part of teaching is letting your Padawan fail and not abandoning them. I did think it was a little odd that Ezra brought up multiple times, like, but how did you find me? And what's the deal with that? And then he just stopped asking. And there was I was expecting a little bit of, I don't think he would have been pissed at her.
Right.
But I was expecting some level of, what do you mean? Thrawn's going to get back because of me.
Yeah. Ezra's just glad that finally someone is there that he can talk to that isn't the Noti, and that he's got to ride back home. He's like, whatever, man, I'm cool. I'm just gonna build my saber and get out of here.
Yeah, it just seemed like there wasn't any follow up on that. Yeah,
Right.
MC Lego Boy, it's complicated. Like that's all he got, and he was like, "Oh, okay, say no more."
The last thing that go ahead.
I was just gonna say he's missed a lot of time, so he's got to catch up pretty quick. And I think he was in that Jedi monk headspace of like, all right, cool, whatever has happened, and let's move on.
The last thing that I had in my notes for this discussion really was thinking back to the season finale of Mando season 2, where we had a post-credits sequence setting up the Book of Boba Fett. And ever since then, now I'm like waiting to the very end of every episode. Like, are they going to do another post-credits? It's more of a Marvel thing. And I don't, other than like Darth Vader breathing at the end of the Phantom Menace, I don't know if I can think of like anything else they've done in Star Wars like that. But I was kind of half expecting it here to set up Skeleton Crew or whatever else is coming. I don't know. Do you guys want there to be? I kind of don't mind it. It gets me excited for what's coming next. But at the same time, it feels like it is kind of copying the MCU. Is that something that you guys would want to see, more of those post-credits sequences?
I can live without them because it does feel very MCU, and it just kind of like makes it feel like everything needs a post-credit scene. Yeah. But I mean, who knows? Maybe they had one planned and they cut it because of the strikes. They were like, we don't know when any of this stuff is going to come back, so maybe let's cut that and just leave it at the end.
Oh, there was one in now that I think of it, there was one in Andor.
Yeah,
telling us about what they were building. So I guess every once in a while.
Yeah,
I'm on the fence. Like on the Mandoverse stuff, I think it would be kind of fun. I don't want like Skeleton Crew to have a weird post-credit scene that leads into the Acolyte. I think that would be odd, but I wouldn't have minded if there was a little tease at the end of this. But I also think that Ahsoka did a really great job at being part of the Mandoverse without making it incredibly overt. We got some light cameos here or there, and Carson Teva said, what about the droid attack the conflict on Mandalore? So we got these little connective tissue bits here or there, but I don't need it to be that strong all the time. Yeah. What do we think is on the horizon? I think originally they said that Skeleton Crew was probably going to release in November. I doubt that's the case anymore.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Well,
No
Bad
way.
Batch season 3, right? When does that due? Spring-ish?
I think that
I think they just said 2024, but I would hope spring. That's probably done, right?
I would have assumed so.
Or close to done.
Yeah. I think animation, it's recorded so far in advance, they're probably still animating it maybe, but I think that has a chance of being early, about a year after season 2 started. So it could be Bad Batch next. And then Skeleton Crew Acolyte might be out in 2024.
I hope so.
I'd be surprised if Andor season 2 made it, but I'll be delighted if it does.
I think they said there was still some shooting left to do on that before the
right
strikes happened, right? So that may get pushed a bit.
That'd be my guess as well. But since they were able to work on like post-production in the meantime, it's possible. But I think just with the strikes, they're probably going to spread everything out a little bit more.
Yeah, add a little more of a buffer in between each one to try to spread it out and catch up.
Yeah. So I think Bad Batch up next. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah. Something we didn't touch on do we think this is confirmation that Abeloth is going to be in this?
I think that this reminds me of the conversation we had around Grogu in the Bad Batch, where in season 1, I was like, no way. And then when we ended season 1, I was like, you know what? I can kind of see it for season 2. That's kind of how I feel now. Is that I feel like they have begun to set a potential stage for Abeloth. I'm not expecting it to happen, just like we were wrong about Grogu being in the Bad Batch season 2. I don't think Abeloth is going to happen, but I can see it more than I did last week.
Yeah, I feel like Balin so far, his dialogue and what little he has said about what he wants doesn't sound like he wants to awaken the banished Mortis god that is like the god of chaos, basically. I don't know if he wants to awaken this terrible force to wreak havoc on all the galaxies. I don't know that was his plan, but maybe it happens accidentally. I don't know. I don't know a lot about Abeloth. I always thought it was a dumb idea to bring that in canon, but now that the Mortis gods are there, it's a little more possible.
I was gonna bring this up from Neil Adams because thank you for the super chat, and I saw it asked earlier that Abeloth is more on the table now, but I see it being something similar, but not exactly that. I kind of agree that there might be a version of Abeloth, the same way that, you know, Shin might be kind of like Mara Jade, that we could get something that kind of sorta is Abeloth-ish.
Abeloth adjacent.
Yeah.
If you will. I'd be fine with it. You know, I've learned to try not to think that any crazy theories are completely out of the question. So while Abeloth is not on the top of my list of things that I hope will show up in Star Wars, if it does, I honestly won't be that shocked. Nothing shocks me in Star Wars anymore. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well, I think that is a good time to round up our discussion with Mike. So, Mike, thank you again so much for hanging out with us and chatting about this episode. Where can people find you and follow you online?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's really been a blast and genuinely an honor. You can find all my Star Wars writings at laughingplace.com. That's where I am the Star Wars editor. I pretty much consume all Star Wars that comes out and write about it, or I talk about it on my podcast, Who's the Bossk, which is through Laughing Place, and it's pretty much a weekly show where we just talk about what's going on in Star Wars that week. Obviously, this week's episode, which I'm recording tomorrow, will be about the Ahsoka finale, and my guest will be, I think, our mutual friend Lacey Gillerin. So,
Nice.
That's it. Who's the Bossk and laughingplace.com.
I meant to do this earlier, and I'm impressed with myself how fast I did it. But speaking of your Star Wars writings, hey, look at that.
Yeah, my name was in a Star Wars commercial, which I knew was coming because they reached out to me. Cool. And I had to give approval, I guess. So they were putting it together, but then you, Alex, were the one who emailed me to point out that it had happened. So I was super, super excited about that. It was something that I really wanted, but I always feel like I have to be honest. Like I don't cater my reviews to getting on the ads. So I'm always honest, and they just happen to pick a quote that doesn't really reflect whether or not I like the show. It's just a factual statement. But it was really cool to see that nevertheless.
I just had a thought that if I could see one of our friends within the Star Wars fandom get quoted on anything, it would be Veer's Watch. Just because I think it would be hysterical to see it just say like Ahsoka, no Veers. And that's like in an official commercial.
I mean, the official Star Wars Twitter account, X account, whatever, like they know who he is and they've referenced him before. So that would be funny though.
Someday they need to do that.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks again, Mike. We'll let
Thanks
you
again.
go. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Right before I go, I want to say you guys have been on my podcast before as well, so I'm really thankful for that. And if you're a fan of Star Wars Explained, come seek out my episodes where these guys have been on, the Damons have been on. And thanks again, guys. I had a blast.
See you, Mike. Have a
Thanks
great
for
night.
coming.
Bye.
Bye.
And we are gonna stick around, answer your questions.
We got lots of questions to get
Oh
through.
yeah, I know. I knew we would. Before we do that, we are sponsored for this episode, so we're gonna play our ad for HelloFresh, and I'm gonna go grab a drink, and we'll be right back.
Today's episode is brought to you by HelloFresh. As YouTubers, Mollie and I have a crazy and often unpredictable schedule. In the past, that's made it difficult to find time to cook and eat healthy. HelloFresh has been a huge help for us. With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. You get over 40 recipes to choose from every week to fit your taste, which keeps meals exciting. There's always something delicious to discover. We've stepped up our cooking and tried all kinds of dishes we wouldn't have without HelloFresh. They make home-cooked dinners doable with quick and easy options, including their 15-minute meals. That's less time than it takes to get delivery, and with everything pre-portioned, it makes cooking a no-brainer. We are genuinely going to cook a 15-minute meal right after this stream. Go to HelloFresh.com/50StarWars and use code 50StarWars for 50% off plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/50StarWars and use code 50StarWars for 50% off plus free shipping.
I didn't make it back in time.
I put in the chat, I was like, oh, I don't think he's going to make it.
Didn't quite make it.
Close my door. Coming into my studio like that. Didn't even put it in a glass for me.
I had a minute.
There's sediment at the bottom. No, actually, I don't know if there is. Anyways.
So let's dive in with our first question here from Guiguio. Thanks so much. Asajj Ventress was buried on Dathomir by Voss and Kenobi during the Clone Wars. Do you think Dave will bring her back now that it is a possibility?
Oh, I don't think they'll bring Asajj back, but that would be freaking awesome if they did. I mean, she did get a name drop, so
The issue is that, well, first of all, I think that Dave Filoni would absolutely do something like that. But the way that we've seen Night Sister Resurrections work so far, it's very much like a zombie. They're kind of mindless, and I don't want to see that version of Asajj.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the people that are big fans of Dark Disciple would hate it because it might take away from that story line. But I don't know. I'd say if I had to go with my gut, I'd say probably not.
I also think it's unlikely.
They
But
could bring in new characters.
Speaking of zombies, Charlie Ashby, thank you for your public apology to me for doubting him with the zombies. It was so funny with the way that all happened, because I thought that they were zombies back in episode 6, and then in episode 7 we saw them getting shot and stuff. I was like, oh, never mind. It would have been fun though. So then it actually was a surprise for me when they did it this time around.
Oh yeah, I loved how that worked itself out. We were like, oh, we got them anyways. Yeah. For anyone who missed our drawings, we both drew zombie troopers.
That's one of the rougher drawings I think I've ever done, but it was kind of hard to see.
You get the point across. Mine had little stink lines on it, so.
Oh my! Thank you so much, Muhammad Ali, for the insanely generous super chat. Great show, guys. I have enjoyed Ahsoka as much as I enjoyed Andor. Thank you very much,
thank
Muhammad.
you. That is
Also,
very generous. Thank you so much.
I want to, I saw, the thing that always happens. Someone on Twitter was saying, which series did you like better, Andor or Ahsoka? And I'm like, can we not compare apples and oranges, please? Like, they are completely different.
Yeah, it's like a hot fudge sundae and like deep dish pizza. You want both, right? But you could be in the mood for one or the other.
Okay, I was about to quote Major Partagaz and just be like, thesis, please. Explain your analogy.
Look, I didn't eat dinner, so if you get me talking about food, you'll never get me back.
But yeah, I really like that we are in this universe where we can have something like Andor, which is grounded and very serious, and we can go all the way to the opposite end with Ahsoka and go hard at witches and high fantasy and just do all the stuff that I love about Lord of the Rings and stories like that, but with lasers.
With laser beams. I do want to go back to this super chat from Gearless Moda.
Thank you. Another one. Very generous. Thank you.
I just love seeing your Alex and Mollie reactions to the episode, so thank you for that. I feel like this is pushing the audience to the film next, not a season 2. Felt like it's designed to have us longing for more. Thoughts? Thank you so much for watching our reactions. Those are available on Patreon for the $2 and up patrons if you're curious about those. Yeah, I am so curious to see if this goes straight into a movie or if they pick up the story in a season 2 or in another Star Wars Disney Plus show. I feel like it definitely could have a season 2, but whether or not they have time for it before they get into the movie, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the question, is what we don't know what the movie is going to cover. And you might be right that a lot of these storylines could be revisited way down the line, or we could get Ahsoka season 2 in a couple years. I think all we know for sure is that the stories will continue. I had been guessing up until yesterday that there wouldn't be a season 2 because I thought Dave Filoni would just go all in on focusing on his movie, and that would take up all his time. But he very well could have baked in time to do another season and then the movie. And I feel like there's enough going on with just these characters that season 2 would be warranted and make sense.
Yeah. And now that the season is over, it does feel very much like this season was to introduce a lot of people and to set up a lot of things, get Ezra back home, get Thrawn back. Now that we're there, they can really dig into the major plot leading into the movie, because if the movie's going to culminate all the other Disney Plus shows, then we got to figure out how to bring those characters in.
Yeah. And I think that we're still going to build to the movie with Thrawn back in the main galaxy, and then we'll go and catch up with Ahsoka and Sabine in another season.
Yeah. And then I'll bring up this one next if you want to read it.
Eekly Robot, Eeklieb brought. I can read. Thank you so much for this super chat. Am I the only one that felt it was a huge missed opportunity not to have Thrawn show off against the New Republic in the finale? You certainly are not. I feel like a more casual viewer who only knows Thrawn's name and reputation is left pretty underwhelmed by what he did. Yeah, I mean, that we were kind of talking about that with Mike, is that I feel like I'm advocating for people who are just meeting Thrawn for the first time. And it would have been good for his very first introduction to live action to show him just destroy a New Republic fleet and show that they are not ready for him. But
yeah,
I think it was a missed opportunity personally, but it's definitely something I'm sure we'll see in the future.
Also, the name is German for "I love bread."
Oh,
we have some lovely cultured people in the chat that are willing to translate for us. Thank you.
I love bread too.
Yeah, I also felt that I expressed my concerns with that earlier, that I would have loved to have seen Thrawn do something scary that would warrant everyone being so worried about his return. So I do think they missed an opportunity there, but I think that's going to be a big part of season 2 if there is a season 2 or the movie. So we'll get it eventually.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's going to happen, but it would have been nice for his grand reintroduction to the galaxy.
Yeah. And Miranda here, thank you for another very generous super chat. I know you felt mixed, Alex, but I adored this finale. Just said Ray Stevenson. Do you think they'll recast for season 2? Say he went missing on Peridia and then tell his story in a comic book, use unused footage for season 2, or drop him entirely? We kind of touched on this already, but I think we all kind of agreed recast would be the most graceful way to handle going forward.
Yeah, I think that that's the path that they will go. It's just something that I'm like, I'm not gonna super think or dwell on it right now because I'm still sad for Rey, and I don't want to immediately just jump to like, okay, well, what does this mean for Star Wars? I'm like, I'm more just thinking about Rey and how much I appreciated his performance, and I will cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah. Let me see if there are any other.
While you're searching, I'll go ahead and read. We got a few here from Neil R. Adamson. Thank you.
I found another one.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm going through and getting the big donations in first here real quick. Build Devers. Is there an in-world lore reason for the blue lightsaber, then green, then blue again for Ezra? Also, if you had to have a Lego set of one ship slash set from this show, what would it be? You both are the best.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
I don't really think that there's that much importance on the color for Jedi lightsabers. Like, I don't necessarily think that kyber crystals are like a sorting hat where they're trying to match their personality. So I think really the reason is just Ezra needs a color that's not white or green,
Mm-hmm.
and it can't be red. He could have had purple, I guess, or yellow. That would have been interesting if that just happened out of the blue. But I think they were just trying to say we need him to stand out while they're all fighting. So we'll go with blue this time.
Yeah, I don't really try. I try not to think too much into the way that the colors change. So I think it was just a nice change up for him to go back to blue. As far as a Lego set, I saw someone say the Chimera. I mean, that would just be the ship that we have, but with the painting on the bottom.
I mean, that would be fun to take bits and pieces off of it and then kind of put gold pieces back on. That
I approve of because I've talked at length about being tired of all gray sets. But I don't know what other set
they did make the T6 shuttle, I think, which I wouldn't mind a UCS version of that. I think it's a really cool ship. Yeah. Anything that spins around the cockpit like a B-wing, I always like that. The Outrider.
Oh, you know what I want? I want the I don't know what to call it. The first place on Peridia that we saw the Great Mothers with all the statues coming out of it.
Yeah, like that fortress.
Yeah. That little landing pad with those statue pieces, and then maybe the Great Mothers in the middle. I want them
that
to be part of it.
Seems like something Solid Brick Studios could and might do. He did like Darrow from the Bad Batch, and he likes doing landscapes, so that feels like it would be up his alley.
That'd be cool.
But Neil R. Adamson, thank you for these next few here. I'm thrilled that the Baylan Ahsoka story has removed itself from the locked-in future events of the main galaxy that are narratively unavoidable there. Anything can happen going forward here, and I'd been hoping for this since the 3rd episode. I'm glad they didn't try to rush through Balin's story in these past couple episodes and chose to let this finale set up the circumstances for the next main storyline in the main galaxy, though I will miss Rey. Yeah, I'm like, I'll say something that it's After Dark. It's Star Wars Explained After Dark, but Mollie last night said, my balls are bluer than Thrawn. Because
I said that this morning.
Oh, was it? What? Like we were just,
And I didn't say mine.
it's a turn of phrase.
Sure.
We wanted to know what Balin wanted so bad, and it's still like they gave us a little bit, just a little, and I want more. So
it's true. I mean, I do think that is the best way to say that as fans, our balls are bluer than Thrawn's because we want to know more. That's definitely the most graceful way to say that. So
I do think that there's something that they taught us in improv class that you want to leave the audience always wanting more and not being glad that it's over. So I do think they pulled that off. This did, and even though I was frustrated and wanted more, that is exactly kind of where you want to be. Is that I'm excited for season 2. I wish there were more resolution in season 1, but I'm definitely itching to know more.
Yeah, I mean, they did a ton of great setup in this first season. If there's going to be a second season, then it'll have a huge payoff, hopefully.
Yeah. Neil also says, now Filoni's movie can involve Hera, Ezra, Grogu, Mando, etc. versus Thrawn, for everyone looking forward to that conflict. And we get to start a whole new lore-heavy storyline for those who are ready to move on from the legacy setting and time frame. Best of both worlds. I could see Hera filling the Leia role and Ezra filling the Luke role in a reimagined Thrawn trilogy going forward. That's a perspective I hadn't considered. I was kind of frustrated that we traded Ezra being exiled to now Sabine and Ahsoka are exiled, but I do think it's a good opportunity to, just explore a new corner of the galaxy, or a new corner of the universe.
Yeah, and I guess it'll be nice to give Hera and Ezra and Jason, when we get back to their stories, a little breathing room so they can have some time to catch up, and we can really fill Ezra in on everything that he's missed, and he can meet Jason. And obviously they're going to be wanting to go straight to work to figure out how to get Ahsoka and Sabine back. But I think it's nice to split everyone up every once in a while, just to give all those characters a little breathing room.
Yeah. And even though I really wanted that whole, the families back together, big group hug, kind of like Thrawn's attack on the New Republic, it'll happen. It's just going to happen differently than I thought it would.
Yeah. Thanks, Dean the Machine, for the squiggly, what are we calling this emoji? Squiggly happy face, happy but concerned face. What does, hold on, I'm
confused, maybe?
I'm gonna see what.
Well, I think it relates to his next message that says, shoot at them. They're right there. You have a freaking blaster. Just start firing. Why are you just standing there? What are you waiting
woozy
for?
Face. It's a woozy face, okay. According to, yeah.
I did at one point. I think that's when all the night troopers were surrounding Morgan and Ahsoka while they were fighting. And the night troopers were just like, I guess we'll chill and not open fire anymore. But I think that's because they were under Morgan's thrall and the Night Sisters in general. And she probably didn't want them opening fire while she was in the middle of all that. So that's where my head went with it.
Yeah, I felt like they were just waiting for orders, or I don't know. Maybe they realized eventually that they can shoot all day and nothing's getting past them, so they're like, maybe we'll just give up.
I'm tired.
But like, if they're zombies at that point, they can just like come after them like the Death Trooper did with Sabine, and that is more effective than trying to shoot at them.
Yeah. And Dean also says, I can't be alone in being disappointed that Morgan's goth glow up. I like that. Didn't make her capable of being able to battle 3 at once. She just let Sabine and Ezra slide by. She was already able to fight Ahsoka as of Mando season 2. I mean, she lost that battle.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
their battle was awesome, though.
Oh,
and she took out one of Ahsoka's lightsabers.
Yeah, that's true. Which we're going to talk about that in a second. But I was surprised to see her get away with that. I loved seeing the blade of Talzin. Didn't know it had a name. I mean, it's just, let's name it after the woman who first conjured it, I guess.
That's such a cool weapon. Like an actual sword with green Night Sister magic fire on it.
That was super fun. Yeah, the fight choreography I thought was great. I appreciate what they were going for in Mando season 2, the very slow, calculated samurai fight. But man, this was fun. But I don't think Morgan could have taken all 3 of them. Even Mother Talzin couldn't take Grievous and Dooku and Sidious. Granted, that's a hard lineup to fight against, but 3 against 1 is a tough time.
I mean, she put up a really good fight, and I feel like she knew she was eventually going to lose because of that interaction, the last interaction she had with Thrawn.
Yeah.
Like her face kind of sank, and she was kind of like, okay. And 1, she knew she was going to get left behind.
Yeah, that's what
2,
I think it's more about.
She might have known, I might lose this battle. I'm going to put up a damn good fight, but there's a good chance I'm not making it out of this. And that's why she said, like, for Dathomir.
Mm-hmm. Which I'm very curious to see what their end game is. If they're just trying to start up their own empire. We'll talk about that later, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really liked Morgan in this episode.
Me too. Stuart J, thanks for the next one. I said last week we could get Hu Yang helping Ezra build a new lightsaber, and I appreciated the added Kanan backstory. Yep.
Mollie was excited because she also called that last week. So, well done.
Yay.
I really did like the scene. Part of me was like, oh, I just loved the Force karate, or I saw or listened to Children of the Watch today, and they called it the Kung Force. So whatever you want to call that, I just thought it was cool. Gio Flores, thank you for being a member of the Biggs Mega Fan for a entire year. I saw a few comments on X thinking, I hate calling it X, thinking that Ahsoka lost her Shoto saber, but I did notice both were on her hip when they came back to the village. Thoughts? So I went back and watched, and I only saw one lightsaber on her hip at that point.
I didn't even check because I don't care.
I only checked because of this message, but I think they very clearly cut it in half, so she could probably.
At this point, she's got Hu Yang on her side. She's probably got 100 extra lightsabers back there. Who knows?
It's true.
They might not all have white blades, but I didn't go back and to check to see if she had both of them on, but
I just saw the one. But
there's definitely one on each hip at the end. Well, that's the editor's mistake.
There were definitely
some poor editor.
I just looked at it. I just looked at it, and I only saw, but I might be looking at the wrong little bit.
Go look and see while
I'm looking right now.
Okay.
If anyone wants to tell me the specific part, because I'm looking at the nighttime scenes and I just see one lightsaber, but maybe it was the Convor stuff.
Oh, maybe it switches hip sides, and that's why people think there's one on both hips.
Oh, nope. Okay. I see it. I stand corrected. I'll assume that she duct taped it back together and is hoping for the best. But that thing definitely got cut in half.
Yeah. I think that was can you see both at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. Editing mistake. Or she has a million extras, which
yeah.
that's fair too. If I had Hu Yang on my ship, I would make sure to have a few extra lightsabers handy.
Okay. It's interesting. So it's in the scene where she sees Morai, she has 2 on her hips. But when she sees Anakin, it's just the 1.
Oh, well then the
So
Force Ghost of
maybe.
Anakin then healed her lightsaber with his magic powers.
Well,
Probably.
those are
Then.
I bet the scene where she sees Morai was probably not meant originally to be at the end of the episode.
Mm.
I bet Morai was going to be in like the middle, near the beginning or something, and it would have been like oh, neat, the Convor's here, and then at the end we'd be like, oh my god, the Mortis gods.
Right.
That's my guess.
Yeah. Whether it's an editing or a continuity mistake, that they should have edited one of those lightsabers out of the shot or had her reshoot it without one. I don't know.
I think it's hard to deny one of them
Semantics.
got cut in half.
Right. Yeah. They definitely zoomed in on that happening. Moving on, Neil Adamson has another super chat here. So the witches were originally asleep. Intriguing.
I thought that was interesting, that wording.
We did both kind of perk up at that, and like I guess I took it as a huge Star Destroyer just magically showing up out of nowhere. Yeah, that would wake everybody up and be like, what the heck?
Like literally they were just in bed. Like, what are you doing here? Why are you so loud?
I don't think Thrawn went looking for their sleeping beds and like shook them awake. I think just them showing up woke them up.
I could see that. But the wording of it did catch my attention.
When they did wake up, Thrawn turned on the charm ASAP and was like, hello, ladies. I have a proposition for you. Don't mind my beat up ship. I'll
Perhaps
fix that.
you would like to perform the interlocking procedure. Kwame Kanaku, thank you for the next question. I have it over on our spreadsheet. Given Ahsoka's switch to Ahsoka the White and her lighter demeanor, do you think we'll see another interaction between her and Luke where she's less reserved and talks about Anakin? I absolutely don't think we've seen the last scene between Ahsoka and Luke.
Oh yeah, I hope not. Maybe she gives Luke those data cards.
He should get those. I think that would be great.
Oh, I didn't think about that till just now. I love that. I love that for me.
I think that's a great idea.
Jeannie from Tahini, do you think Thrawn can be redeemed? No. I'm saying a big no to that.
Can be. I think the message of Star Wars is that anyone can be. Will he? No. I don't think so.
I don't think his gravitas will allow him to go so far as to be redeemed, but in his mind, I don't think he thinks he needs to be redeemed. He's doing all the right things in his mind.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it.
For the greater good. So it depends on who you're asking.
Yeah. He definitely sees himself as what I'm doing is for the good of the galaxy and the Chiss ascendancy. So yeah, I don't think he's in need of redemption as far as he is concerned and is going to stay a bad guy.
And if he were to eventually get to the point where he wanted or thought he needed to be redeemed, that undercuts his entire personality and character, right?
I mean, like, I would be interested to see a version of the story where he learns to not be so authoritarian, but it's not going
Thrawn
to happen.
learns to love.
Yeah, let's see his heart grow 3 sizes, but again, it's not going to happen.
Nah.
Josh Mansfield, thanks for the next one. The scene with Ahsoka, Sabine, and Ezra, all with lightsabers drawn. Yes. Ahsoka versus Morgan round 2. Yes. Mortis. Yes. Force Ghost Anakin. Yes, 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 yes to all of it. I think I nailed all that. Rest in peace, Ray. But yeah, I like I said earlier, I think I had the most fun watching this episode. It was when I started to dissect it a little bit, where I was like, the writing is a little bit back and forth in some spots, but just watching it for fun, which has value. Like I think some people will shun stories that are like fun above all else. Like I can't wait to watch this again next Halloween.
Mm.
I'm genuinely so excited to be like, we have a Halloween live action episode.
Yeah. For me, I guess the penultimate episode was probably my favorite of the season. This one was super fun, but because of knowing that that's how it is ending for a long time going forward, it left me wanting a little more. But you can't deny how cool it was to see everything that happened. Like the action was great. We got a lot of good, like heartfelt moments. It was just a lot of fun. I just felt like from start to finish, the last episode paid off more for me. But
I'm glad.
it felt more like Rebels to me, I guess.
The ending 10 minutes felt very Rebels.
Yeah.
Like just it wasn't a fast montage, but it did remind me of Twilight of the Apprentice, where we just kind of or the series finale, where we catch up with a handful of characters.
Yeah, I wonder if you can get away with some more ambiguous ends in an animated show than you can in live action.
I don't know. Like when I look back at Twilight of the Apprentice, I felt more resolution. It definitely teased things to come. Like, wait, is Ahsoka going into that temple? Ezra's got the Sith holocron. It definitely opened up new doors, but I also felt like the storylines of season 2 had come full circle. And I didn't completely feel that in this finale. I think Ahsoka's did, which is the important one. I think that her journey emotionally worked well for me. But there were a lot of other subplots where I'm like, I feel zero resolution for those characters.
Mm.
But for a show called Ahsoka, as long as they got Ahsoka's arc right, and I feel like she went on a journey, then good job.
Right.
Tin Man, thank you for the next question. Unsure how I, an Asian, feel about Star Wars appropriating actual Japanese words instead of making new ones. Daimyo, Zatoichi, Boken, Ronin, etc. That, I mean, I obviously can't speak to that from my cultural perspective, but it does seem like something they've done a lot more recently, and not just with words like that. Even the fantasy side of things, where we're like, and we're just going to do the Argonath. And I'm like, that's a really cool image, but it does just feel like you're picking things out of other franchises and dropping them in, which is what Star Wars has always done. I mean, Frank Herbert joked about suing George Lucas over spice and all of the Dune similarities. So it's not something that's necessarily new when it comes to Star Wars, but Yeah. It's something I feel like they could build a little more off of the things they're borrowing.
Yeah, I think it is something that has started to happen more and more, and we've kind of seen it in the books a little bit, but now that it's more mainstream and in live action stuff, people are starting to pay attention to it a little more. Again, I can't really speak to it, but I don't know if. Do you think it would be better if they just created different Star Wars terms for all this stuff, or are they trying to cater a little bit more towards a general audience by throwing words in that they would understand more?
I don't know. I mean, a lot of it was stuff that I knew what a Ronin was, but I didn't know what Boken meant. I didn't know what or who Zatoichi was. So on that end, like I'm grateful for kind of the education through Star Wars. But my perspective is not Tin Man's perspective. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely uh, it's a worthy thing to question, but I don't know if it's gonna just continue to happen or not.
Yeah. I mean, Star Wars has always taken, like I said, influences from everything and heavy influences from Japanese and samurai stories.
Mhm. But yeah, it's a good point to bring up.
Yeah.
I'm the Bin Dude has the next super chat. What would you think about an animated series that follows Balin's journey rather than a recast? I don't think we need to go too far away from what had already been planned to go down. As in, like, because of the unfortunate passing of Ray Stevenson, I don't think there's necessarily a need to create a whole new project because of it. I think they're going to go on, probably recast for the role. Now, if we get more story other than that going forward in either an animated series or a book or a comic, that would be great.
Oh yeah, I would not mind at all if we learn more about his backstory through a book. The
Yeah,
adventures
especially
of Balin and
with,
Shin. Yeah.
I was going to say, especially if it incorporated Shin and like showed the both of them training and like how they met. Are they related? I don't know. So it'd be cool to see more of that. But hopefully not instead of getting his story continued in a second season or the movie.
Yeah. Agreed. Isaac Zajiski. I hope I did that justice. So happy to catch a stream right as it starts. Loved the finale so much. Nothing beats Green Flames. Thank you both for all of your work. Agreed.
Oh my gosh.
The Green Flames.
When
we have been waiting for that.
we, literally at the beginning of our reaction, which you can find on our Patreon, you can see us talking about the magics that they reference in the recap before the episode even starts. And we were like, yeah, make it extra green. Because we've been like waiting for the classic green Night Sister magic to show up. And we were like, yeah, we finally got it.
Mollie kept making fun of the little red balls or the balls that shoot the red thread out, which I get what they're going for with the fates and the loom and everything. But I was like, we could make it green.
I know. I was so worried that the Great Mothers were going to be like, that's all they had and they didn't have actual Night Sister magic. And I am so glad that they made it very clear that they were those witches.
Go off, witch.
Go off. Oh my god, when you said that in your review, I almost spit my food out. I was eating breakfast.
I'm glad I surprised you.
Cordy Sun 108. Is that the super chat? Okay. While watching, I was trying to imagine Mollie's reaction as all her theories were fulfilled. Alex, how disappointed are you in the lack of a space battle? I was right about a lot.
Yeah.
Which I'm normally not. So I was kind of like,
Look at you go. Go off, witch.
I was right about the lightsaber. Ezra building a new lightsaber. I was right about them. Well, partially right about them getting stranded there. Some of them got stranded.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else I was right about, but it was.
I think you said that you didn't think we were going to get much from Balin, because I remember you saying that you were upset to be right about that one.
Yeah.
I'm not that disappointed. Like, again, I am very familiar with the character of Thrawn, so I know I agree with everyone who's saying, "Oh, it's going to be real bad if Thrawn gets back to the galaxy." But I feel like it would have been good to illustrate how dangerous he is to people who haven't read the books, haven't watched Star Wars Rebels. So personally, it doesn't bug me that much. I just think it would have been a good thing to do. So I'm not really disappointed at all, other than the fact that I love space battles, and all we got were those two TIE fighters. They must have been pretty rusty. Those pilots.
I wonder if Thrawn saw, like, he wasn't watching that happen in live action, because if he had been, he'd be even more pissed. But yeah, they did like 3 flyovers and didn't get a direct hit on the ship. I was like, oh,
Y'all.
you guys.
Maybe they were zombies.
They must have been zombies.
Any failure on the parts of the Peridia.
Obviously, they're quite rusty and they have not been practicing.
Honestly, it's pretty impressive that they were even able to fly if they're zombies. So
sure. And their helmets are all cracked, so it's like, who knows if they can even see in there.
Someone just painted gold over their visor. Like,
they're like, oh, I hope this is it.
Busted Rolex, thank you for the next question.
Oh, the baby.
Oh, the baby Noti. When Balin said Shin was meant for something greater, do you think he intended for her to become the daughter? I'm wondering if he realized something in Ahsoka that changed his mind. Huh, that's an interesting thought. So there is a fan theory that I think I would subscribe to, that Ahsoka might have this big mythological fate where, you know, she has the daughter's life force within her. Morai is following her around, so might Ahsoka become the daughter eventually? And I could see Balin maybe being like, oh, I'm just going to go. The problem is all the Mortis gods are dead, so I'll go become a god, and I'll bring Shin, and she'll become a god. That's kind of an interesting thought. I feel like it's a big thought for Balin to have, but
Balin got big thoughts.
He's got big boy thoughts.
That I don't know. I don't know if he had enough faith in Shin to join him in becoming a Force god. When he said that line of like, I trained you to be more, I think that's just his way of reiterating that, like, the idea of the Jedi on paper is not my vibe, and it's not what we're going for here. I don't know if that meant like, we're going to be gods.
Yeah. I'm not seeing anything in the show to suggest that he like wants to become the father, but maybe.
I don't know if he even knows what he's getting himself into, because so far he's been like shocked at everything being real from stories and fairy tales that he's heard. So I think he's just rolling with it. And he's like, whatever I find, I'm going to see what I can do with it.
Yeah.
Interesting, though. That's a theory I hadn't heard of. Danamaniac66, thank you for the next one. I'm excited to see Shin's eventual reaction when Sabine force pushes her across the room. Her mind is going to be blown. Yeah, they got to have another run-in, because Ahsoka has to prove that, like, or not Ahsoka, Sabine has to prove that she has the Force now. And I just hope that they trip and fall and kiss. I don't know.
I agree that I look forward to their. I agree on both accounts, but I look forward to their next fight. I could see Shin being like, "Oh, so you do have some power now, but you don't have a bunch of nomad raiders following you." She's just gonna keep trying to one up Sabine. But I think it's interesting to explore their parallels of Shin thinking that power is all about domination and leading and controlling these raiders and using the force to hurt others. And Sabine, I think, is on the other path of learning that the force is about protecting others. So I think that could make for an interesting second fight. Third fight. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that might be the last straw that causes Shin to switch sides. Like having that third fight, is it her, would that be her third fight with Sabine?
Mhm.
Having that third fight with Sabine and being like super confident about beating her this time, and then realizing that Sabine can use the force now. She's like, I give up. I'm with you guys now. I don't know.
Fine. The Cosmic Jedi, thanks for the next question. What are the wildest theories you've heard since Ahsoka began? Also, do you think Abeloth is Shmi Skywalker's mother? Wink. That might be the wildest one.
Wildest theories we've heard.
I'm trying to think if I don't like go out seeking theories, so I'm trying to think if anyone left something crazy in our chat over the past few weeks, but I don't think they have. I would have argued last week that I'm like, Abeloth, no way, and here I am, like, season 2, maybe.
Yeah.
I could kind of see it.
I can't say any like super specific theories, but I've seen a few pop up over the span of the whole season about the things that Anakin could do, like if he were to just fully come back into the story and not be dead and a Force ghost. And I've been like, what makes people think that Anakin would come back and be a Jedi again?
Like,
that's
be
the
alive.
wildest. Be alive, yeah. And like team up with Ahsoka. That's the wildest thing that I've come across and been like, oh, you.
Yeah, I really can't think of anything. I'm sure that there were some things that popped up of characters being like shoehorned in. Like, do you think so and so will pop up? But I can't remember anything specific. It's just like, no, they don't really have any place in this story.
Yeah.
But that's
I
I tend to stay away from the wilder theories because it just
a lot of times if I do see a wild theory and it'll like my defense mechanism is to just erase it from my brain, because if I think about it for too long, I will like have a nervous breakdown or something. So I don't know. I've probably seen more wild theories than that I've just forgotten about. Put your wild theories in the chat, though. I would love to see what you guys have seen.
You just said you're going to have a nervous breakdown if you see too many, and
they'll go by too fast for me to really think about them too much. And we got questions to read, so.
Matt Dawson, thank you for the next super chat. Love the channel. If not including Zeb was a financial choice, would you sacrifice the last shot of Anakin for a Zeb and Ezra reunion scene? Thank you.
Yeah, I would.
I wouldn't. I would love to see that, but I think that the show is about Ahsoka more than it is about Ezra. As much as I loved Ezra in this series, it was more about Ahsoka coming to terms with Anakin, who he became, who she is because of him. So I think that moment was important.
I think if we had gotten a more sincere moment between Ahsoka and Sabine, we wouldn't have needed the moment with Ahsoka and Anakin's Force Ghost. Now, we could have gotten that eventually, like at the end of the series, but I don't know.
I'm just for a 1-for-1 trade. I'm gonna stick with Anakin as much as I wanted to see Zeb.
That's fair. It would feel weird, I guess, to bring Zeb in at the very last moment in this show. They did it in Mandalorian, but Matthew Byron has the next one. What did I say about Morgan's Faustian bargain?
I can't remember.
I don't read books, y'all. I don't know what Faust said.
I'm trying to remember because I think it came up last week that probably that something would bite her in the ass, and it did, and she was sacrificed for the greater good.
I mean, yeah, she bargained with Thrawn, who is the Blue Devil in this scenario, so she got what was coming to her, I guess.
I'm wondering if the Great Mothers were kind of expecting her to die as well. Be like, oh, we're gonna promote you and make you feel good for making your way out here, but then they didn't seem bothered at all when they were leaving her behind. And the one Night Sister was like, yeah, she's dead. I just felt it. She's dead. And like, that's kind of all they...
I mean, they conjured up the sword of Talzin and gave it to her. They gotta be at least a little disappointed that they lost that. But who says they can't reconjure it?
Exactly. It probably just disappeared into the ether and they'll get it back. Tim Sim, thank you for the next one. Leaving this here as I can't watch live. Although the finale is a 3.5 out of 5 due to some story and action beats not executed well, I was satisfied, but it was certainly written with a season 2 in mind. That's
there's more to that.
Okay. Oh, you want me to read it? The series as a whole so far is a 4.3 out of 5 as an excellent addition to Star Wars lore with some minor flaws. It's also rewarding to those who watch the animated shows, but a challenge for others who haven't. Filoni did well.
There's more.
I'm hoping that season 2 will happen, but because of Disney cutting back on Disney Plus shows due to massive financial losses this year, I'm really nervous. What do you guys think? I don't know about... Is there more? Can I talk now?
That's it. You
Okay.
can talk now.
Going back to the first thing I wanted to address is I think I'd give this a solid 4 out of 5. Like 4 out of 5, 8 out of, yeah, that sounds right. I feel like I am being critical of it because it is the finale and it's making me think about this whole season. And there are some things popping up that I'm like, this could have been done better. This could have been done better. But like I said, super fun to see a bunch of zombie stormtroopers and witchy stuff happening. Like I was having a blast watching it last night. So I even like I saw people seeing my review and being like, wow, you're being kind of critical. And I'm like, I still really liked it.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of weird writing and story moves in the season as a whole. So I think it's just, I mean, we review these shows. We're not going to just talk about what we liked. We're going to also criticize a little bit of what we maybe disliked. The people have said in the past that, oh, you guys just like everything. That's not true. Not true. So we're allowed to be critical sometimes.
Yeah, like if I had just watched it and gone to sleep and not talked about it as my job, I would have been like, that was so great. But like when I rewatched it and I was like actually analyzing things and dissecting it, that's when I noticed some stuff that I was like, that's an interesting choice. But the fun factor for me always wins out. Like that my initial reaction of a story is usually the reaction that I remember, and the one that persists, instead of the one that I'm like, okay, now let me go scene by scene and pick out every little thing.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, I had so much fun with the finale and the season as a whole. It was just that the story choices for Shin and Balin kind of coming to an abrupt halt with no real payoff. I was like, and that kind of set me back a little bit because I was so focused on what it was, and like we were going to find out what it was that Balin wanted. It's fine that we didn't, I don't think that's a complete loose end that we'll never find out more about. I think we'll find out more about it eventually, but it was hard for me to get past that. But once I did, yeah, it's just like me enjoying everything else about the episode.
Yeah.
S. Ed has the next super chat. I wanted to see more of Thrawn. I know he's an evil villain, but in the books, he's more developed, especially when he expresses his gratitude towards Eli being his friend. I don't know, maybe I'm just a Thrawn sympathizer. LOL. You would not be the only Thrawn sympathizer out there. There are a lot of people who love Thrawn's character, sympathize with Thrawn's character, which makes sense. He's got several books that are mostly written from his point of view. So you're able to really understand his motivations better. So don't feel bad about that. But understand that Thrawn is the bad guy here and ultimately will continue to be the big bad.
Yeah, and I see that as a mark of a good villain, of being able to see where they're coming from, but also be able to go, okay, here's where they went too far, or here's why they're chasing their goals in the wrong way. But I've always enjoyed the character of Thrawn.
I'm interested because Brian's in the chat, because Brian loves Thrawn and Night Sisters. Now, what happens when Thrawn royally F's over the Night Sisters and screws them? Because it seems like he might.
Yeah, Brian, you have to choose one. Thrawn or Night Sisters.
I don't know.
I'll keep an eye out.
It's okay to love both, but I think Thrawn is only going to get more of a baddie vibe as we go forward.
I don't think the Night Sisters are going to get much more of a goodie vibe.
No. But like they're set up for just not pure evil, but they're set up to be much more of an evil vibe to begin with. And there's some stuff from the Night Sister point of view that we've seen, but not nearly as much as what Timothy Zahn has written for Thrawn. Brian chooses death. Okay.
Okay. I really liked when the Night Sisters were promoting Elsbeth and it cut to Thrawn, and he just has a very stoic face as they're burning her face. And I like to think that he was just keeping it cool. And in his mind, he's like, oh my God, this is so gross and so freaky. Oh, get me out of here. Like, I want to know what's happening in his head.
He's probably got a story of every other culture's promotional tactics and ceremonies. He's probably like, yes, the face burning.
Yeah, sure. We always see him with such a calm demeanor, and I want him to be freaking out on the inside at all times. He's like, of course that worked because blah, blah, blah. And in his head, he's like, I can't believe that worked. Oh,
he's like, are they going to do that to me? I like my eyes. They're red.
Matthew Byron, thank you for another question. Does the ending allow for more crossovers with Skeleton Crew? Do we sense a Night Sister betrayal coming? Oh, that'd be interesting. If the kids ran into like some spooky witches.
Wait, I don't think those are related.
Oh, that's just where I jumped to it. Could Skeleton Crew involve the Night Sisters at all?
I mean, they could.
kind of a Hansel and
The-
Gretel vibe.
Well, there's not really any of them left in the galaxy, right? Or there's not a lot of them. But
Well,
if they came
there's
in
the 3 that
contact,
just came home.
yeah, if they went to Dathomir, which I would hope that they didn't, maybe.
Kids are dumb. They go on dumb adventures. They're like, let's go see a witch, and then they're way in over their heads.
But you know what'd be great though is if the Skeleton Crew kids ran into Cal and Marin told them some spooky ghost stories and like scared them a little bit.
I'd
She's
love
like, "Eat your vegetables."
that. Yeah, Marin is like Marin and Asajj. She came around, but they're the 2 best Night Sisters we've seen.
They're the 2 best Night Sisters that anyone could have.
But yeah, I do sense a Night Sister betrayal at some point, or vice versa. They're not on the same page, and they seemed pissed that Thrawn blew up their fortress.
Yeah, it feels like they're both kind of just working for / with each other until it's not as mutually beneficial anymore. And then they might part ways. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
There will be a breaking point.
Dorwin, thank you so much for being a Biggs mega fan for 6 months. Mortis confirmed. Can't wait to see the live action The Sun, played by Sam Witwer. Hashtag Ahsoka season 1 is a banger. This channel and love this channel and you too. Keep up the good vibes. Thank you. If we got Sam Witwer to come in live action as The Sun, I would love that.
I like that. I think that's
obviously
cool.
he would be available to voice him, but if he got to play him in live action, that would be so dope.
Obviously, I would have questions, but not that many. I'd be like, oh, but didn't they all die? But they're all freaking gods. Like
maybe they didn't. I mean, maybe they did die in that galaxy, but because they're Force gods, they were just banished to Peridia.
Maybe
that'd be cool because, like, it seems awfully finite to be able to say those Force gods are dead.
Exactly. I agree. They wouldn't have to explain much for me to be like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, one line, we were banished here.
Like the daughter turned into an owl for a while, and now she's a humanoid being again. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They can do whatever they want. Spineless Oaf, thank you for the next one. Why do you think Dave Wolverton gets so much less attention for creating the Witches of Dathomir versus the love Timothy Zahn gets for creating Thrawn? I think it's because, and I will say that this is an opinion that I disagree with, but Courtship of Princess Leia, that novel, doesn't get the love that the Thrawn trilogy did. People don't like it as much. Granted, I haven't read it since 1997 when I started to get into Star Wars books, which is so long ago. It's been almost 30 years since I read that book. And back then I read everything and I was just like, yes, more Star Wars. I love it. So I liked that book and always liked the Night Sisters and Dathomir. And I've been pretty excited about how much Dave Filoni has taken from not just
I wanted to bring that up.
I appreciate how much Dave Filoni is taking not just from the Thrawn trilogy, but other surrounding just New Republic stories. It's pretty cool.
Well, I didn't know who Dave Wolverton was until I just Googled his name. So there's that. Yeah. And honestly, like, the Night Sisters weren't a big deal until they were put in. Their stories were kind of weaved into the Clone Wars.
They were a deal in Legends, but then when they were brought into the Clone Wars, they definitely kind of got standardized and changed to fit into what George Lucas wanted. It's kind of fun reading their Legends Wikipedia page just because they're trying to make both work. And it's like, they weren't really written with that intention.
Mm. Interesting.
But I would chalk it up to people kind of looking down on the courtship of Princess Leia. All I remember about that book is that I thought it was cool because it had witches, and I thought Han was very funny in it. Those are the two impressions I can recall from that. Yoda Fetish, thank you for the next one. The statue of the father pointing at the beacon of the Mortis Monastery. Anakin force ghosting on Peridia. Anakin equals the father? Maybe. I could see it. I could see Anakin and Ahsoka having mythological big endings.
I don't think. How am I trying to say this? I don't think Anakin's soul, force ghost, whatever you want to say, I don't think he's trying to be a force god. I don't think he's trying to be the father.
I don't think he's trying to be, and I don't think Ahsoka is trying to be the daughter, but I could see something happening where they just wind up in those roles. And I don't necessarily mean that Ahsoka is going to be a god at the end of her story, but she could be an avatar of the light or something. I don't know how this is going to go, but there are a lot of things that they've done that make me think that they could head in that direction.
I guess maybe I'm in the minority, but I don't want Anakin to continue to be dragged into this story.
Well, I actually think that would be a decent way to put him somewhere where he doesn't have to be, where
that means he's banished to be in charge of Mortis?
Not banished, but yeah, we don't really know what we need to explore more of Mortis. But
he deserves to just chill out and rest.
Maybe he wants to chill out and rest on Mortis.
I don't know. I am not about that at all, but I if it happens, fine.
You don't have to be about it.
I'm not about it.
I'm not about it.
There's not enough, I think, clear lines out there right now for the Mortis gods, what their roles are, what they do, what they don't do, what they can do, what they can't do. So I'm not ready to put Anakin in that role yet.
Mm. Well, Fredward is all about it.
Love that.
Fredward and Mollie, fight.
No.
I'm just kidding.
I don't want to fight. Logan S, thanks for the super chat. Witches, ghosts, and Zeds. Oh my. Love all of it.
Oh, zombies. Oh, I like that. Zeds.
I was like, Zeds? What?
Don't say the Z word.
I mean, we're ready for spooky season.
Oh, yeah. This was 2 weeks ago, but I was telling Mollie how happy I was to be writing videos about witches and zombies, and it was still in September, but I was having a lot of fun.
'Tis the season.
I think I'm going to do a video probably for Halloween of just a history of zombies in Star Wars, because there have been a lot of different kinds.
Oh, yeah.
And I like zombies, so why not? Mark White, thank you for the next one. I got to work, so I'll catch up on the stream later, but Diana Lee and Asanto did a fabulous job with fight choreography. I loved how her talent allowed them to do a wide shot with a long take when dueling Ahsoka. My favorite shot. Also, yeah, we talked about the choreography earlier, but it was so good.
Mm-hmm.
I really, really enjoyed that fight.
I'm glad that she got pulled into this a little bit more. She got to show her acting chops. She got to show her choreo chops. She's the whole package, which is why I was bummed that she got killed. But
Yeah.
I do think that was kind of where her character was headed. But she just did such a great job, and I'm so glad that she got to do more in that role.
As Enoch would say, she died well.
Die well.
I also thought that she as an actor, fit really well in Star Wars. I don't know why, but from scene number 1, where she gets out of those manacles and she does this very over the top, like massaging her wrists, and she's like, Balin, you were true to your word. I'm like, yeah, that's an over the top witch, and I love it.
Yeah. She deserved her promotion 110%. Oh, sorry. Actually, I'm going to take a potty break.
Okay.
BRB.
Well, Occam's Razor, thank you for the next question. Awesome seeing leftist propaganda in every single news show possible. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Nothing better than cramming 1984 into Star Wars. All right. Josh Mansfield, thank you for the next one. Rebel Season 4 ending minus epilogue equals a New Hope style ending. Ahsoka Season 1 ending equals Empire Strikes Back ending. Filoni movie, Return of the Jedi style ending. Ahsoka Season 1 definitely has the darker of the endings, but it still felt very hopeful. I wouldn't say it leaned as dark as Empire Strikes Back. But I think the Filoni movie is going to be weird as it rounds out the New Republic Imperial Remnant fight, just because it's going to be bittersweet knowing what happens down the line with the First Order. But I think you're right. It will be uplifting, I hope. Or maybe it's going to be, maybe it will just lean into being bittersweet. Dean the Machine, thanks for another one. R.I.P. Batty Buddies. Shin Bei forever. They might be Batty Buddies again. We don't know. I think that we are going to move them back towards something where they're not working together. They're going to run into each other again. I can't imagine that their story together is over. It's just changed. But yeah, they're not partners anymore, and I loved them together. Jared Kozal, thank you for the next one. Any thoughts on the wild speculation that the Mortis God statues are pointing to Balin, seeking a recanonized version of Abeloth? Before this week, I would have laughed. Now I'm at least considering it. I said this already, but Jared, we are on the same page. For the past week, I was like, Abeloth is the new Mephisto. Everyone watching WandaVision was like, Mephisto's coming at the end, myself included. I was convinced. Sure. Whatever you're getting. But yeah, Abeloth, new Mephisto, trying to get back on track. I can see it happening now, though. I think they're starting to lay groundwork for something. I'm glad people didn't go all in on the Abeloth stuff to the point where they were mad that nothing about Abeloth happened in this episode, because people were like real mad about the Mephisto stuff back then. But yeah, I think we could potentially see a new version of Abeloth at some point. I'm still not expecting it, but I'm not laughing at it either. Eric Solo, thanks for the next question. So the Great Purge was post Return of the Jedi. Also, we still don't know what Ahsoka was doing during the original trilogy. So it was at least around Return of the Jedi, because Hu Yang said it was near the end of the war. So that's good to know for my canon timeline video that definitely has it in the wrong place right now. As for Ahsoka, I still think that there's a chance that she didn't get back to her time, or we don't know exactly what happened with her on Malachor. She went to the World Between Worlds with Ezra. She got out, and we don't know exactly what time it was then. We don't know how she got off Malachor. So I think there's still a way for her to be in the galaxy without being super, super a part of the main story. But yeah, we still don't know. And I would like to know. Josh Mansfield, thank you for the next one. Ezra, I don't need a saber. and then almost gets killed. Yeah, but he abandoned his force foo, his kung force, whatever people are calling it. I feel like he could have handled those night troopers pretty well, or death troopers. Also, they were way up high on a cliff. I think force pushing would have been the best thing to do against a zombie. Just push it off the side. Lightspeed Bear, thanks for the next question. I feel like these Disney Plus shows can take things a bit far with the slaughtering of grunts. Do we need our heroes killing 50 plus troopers? It gets a bit silly. I mean, to me, that's just Star Wars. You know, they're always killing grunts. That's kind of the point of stormtroopers or the battle droids. It's to have a faceless enemy that you don't really have to feel bad about killing them. Like, yeah, they're humans under there until they're zombies, but that's just the point of stormtroopers. To me, that's always been a part of Star Wars, is that the stormtroopers are just cannon fodder. Even though I know they're really not. Dean the Machine, thanks for another question. How did Hu Yang know Kanan, since his name was Caleb, which Hu Yang references when he went into hiding? Did Kanan update his name status on Forcebook? A plus pun, first of all. I assume Ahsoka would have told him. Like, he knew who Jason was. He clearly knows Hera. So he probably would have been all caught up on. They may have been like, yeah, we met this Jedi named Kanan. And he'd be like, I never knew a Kanan Jarrus. And then eventually they would have talked it out, connected the dots. But I did like that they just dropped the Caleb in there. Danamaniac, thank you for another one. Ezra making a lightsaber is just common sense. Since they were about to siege a fortress full of guys with blasters, you can only parkour so much. That's true. I'm that is not a big sticking point for me. Warning, your mic is loud. That's not a big that's not a big sticking point for me that Ezra made a lightsaber. I just really liked him using the Force, and that's it. Now he has a lightsaber again, and I'm cool with that.
I'm afraid to talk.
It's pretty loud, but it'll adjust. Okay, so Lightspeed Bear, thank you for that. Loved the show overall, but this
that
missed
better?
the mark. Yeah, it's adjusting.
Okay.
This episode missed the mark for me. Clunkier than usual dialogue, OTT, over the top action, and unsatisfying story decisions. Sorry to be a downer. I mean, you're not saying it in a mean way, so you're all good.
I've heard much worse criticisms, and so no, I don't think you're being a downer. I think we've talked a lot about the things that we were kind of unhappy with. So if it missed the mark for some people, that is totally understandable.
Yeah, it reminded me a lot of the Mandalorian season 3 finale, where like I liked a lot of the stuff that happened in it, but just not the execution of it. And it's pretty easy to get past that. Where I'm like, the story was still overall good. It's just not necessarily one that I think I'm gonna really want to go and rewatch all the time. But this one has the added benefit of all the spooky stuff that I do want to go rewatch.
Yeah. Oops.
You go ahead.
All right. John B, thanks for the next one. I feel the statue may be pointing to send Abeloth away, and that is what Balin will find. Abeloth to be the big bad, not Thrawn. I'm pretty sure Thrawn's still going to be the big bad. Abeloth might be a whole kind of like separate threat that they have to deal with on Peridia. But I think having Abeloth, Thrawn, and a Night Sister army all coming at the New Republic at once would be a bit much.
I think it's possible Abeloth could be the villain of like this series, but I don't think she's gonna make her way to the main galaxy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I think that can work.
And also, they could incorporate the idea of Abeloth and make it more about Night Sister lore. I think that would work better than the original Legends idea of Abeloth, but just because they've leaned into the Night Sister stuff so hard.
They've leaned into the Night Sister stuff and the horror elements. So like having a Cthulhu-esque big monster out there would be pretty fun. Jess, thank you for the next one. I would love to see a Balin redemption. I'm not opposed to that. I really like the character. I don't see him as full-on evil. I do see him as willing to do evil things to achieve his goals, which is, also not good. I see him as a bad guy, but I don't see him as far gone as most of the villains in Star Wars.
Oh yeah, he's been playing the middle ground this whole time. Like every time he's kind of come into contact with Ahsoka, it's been like, oh, what a shame. I don't want to fight you, but I will. It's hard to tell if he's serious or if he's just kind of being kind of playful. I don't know.
I mean, I think he would have killed Ahsoka if he needed to, but I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed what was happening in chat. I don't know who was being problematic, but that was distracting me.
Oh, okay. And I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at it. So
I am the only moderator here, and I was downstairs peeing, so
my bad.
apologies.
The Dutch Star Wars guy, thank you for the next question. While I really loved most of this season, it seemed a bit rushed and certain moments were skipped over, it seems. What do you guys think is the reason we didn't get longer or more episodes? I think that I think it's just the streaming model. Like, I don't know why 8 episodes became the norm. I'm sure it's a budgetary thing, but yeah, I feel like more episodes would have really benefited this. I do think that it felt a little rushed at times, and there were, jokes about this being Star Wars Rebels season 5. And part of me is like, I really want to know what that would have looked like if we had a 22 episode season and they were all 20 minutes, but it was just the same story, but spread out a little bit more. We got to explore some of the characters more deeply. I think that would have been really great. So part of me wonders what it would have been like to see it animated, but seeing all this stuff in live action is also really cool. So it's a tough decision.
Yeah. I don't know if it felt rushed. I definitely feel like there's always going to be a desire for more, especially when we got so many episodes and animated seasons for stuff like Rebels. Cutting everything down to 8 episodes is like giving fans a hard time to just only have that little amount of time with a full season of TV. But that's just kind of where streaming shows are at right now.
It is nice that Ahsoka seemed to have on average like 45, 50-minute episodes instead of, Mandalorian will bounce between 50 and like under 30 minutes sometimes. So I'm glad there was a little bit more consistency in length this time around.
Yeah. I don't know. I always wish that there could be more episodes of all the shows that we are getting, but it's
interesting that like Andor, Tony Gilroy can fight and push to have a 12 episode season, which did feel very well rounded and fleshed out, and they were all long episodes. And I wouldn't mind more 12 episode seasons, is all I'm saying, if they can handle that.
It tends to, for me, it feels like either they wrote this to be a feature-length film, so like 2 hours long, and they stretched it out to fit into a show, or they took the idea for a show that could have been 12 to 20 episodes long and smooshed it into 8 to 10 episodes. So it's kind of like one or the other. But we'll never know unless they decide to really do a super behind the scenes look at the making of TV shows, which they never will.
Maxwell Sachs, thank you for the next question. If Thrawn is nervous about Anakin's Jedi apprentice, how will he feel about Anakin's Jedi children? Sorry if this has been discussed already. It hasn't been, actually. That's going to be funny if he gets back to the known galaxy and he's like, yes, we left the apprentice of Anakin Skywalker behind, and then is immediately like, oh God, there's 2 more? There's 2 more Skywalkers here?
Yeah, I did love Thrawn's reaction, though, to him realizing, oh, it's Anakin Skywalker's apprentice. They won't negotiate. There's no negotiating with them.
Great line. There will be no negotiating with the apprentice of Anakin Skywalker. Like, correct. Yeah.
But it would be really, it would be funny if Thrawn found out that there were children out there and he's like, oh my God.
He might like Luke, though, because he was never a fan of the Death Star. So he's like, that Luke, he's not
good
all
for
bad.
you, kid.
Yeah.
Honestly, Thrawn is such a nuanced character. He could figure out a way to like sweet talk Luke into just about anything. I would like to see that. Luke isn't the smartest crayon in the box, but
at this point, I think he's much better than if A New Hope Luke, yeah. Return of the Jedi post Luke.
I won't get into my hot takes for Luke here. We're not here to talk about Luke. This is a show called Ahsoka.
Look, all the Skywalkers are kind of a mess.
That's why we love them.
Yeah.
We love a messy family. They're relatable.
Bones McCoy, thank you for the next question. Why didn't Bodhi's training allow Force use? I'm gonna assume you mean Chirrut. I'm making a leap here with Rogue One characters, and I think Bones means Chirrut. It's okay because you're a Star Trek fan. You're struggling with the Star Wars here. I get it. That was something that I kind of wanted to happen in Rogue One, was see Chirrut just use a little bit of the Force, but it's okay. I don't know. That's probably a question you would have to ask Chirrut.
Yeah, Chirrut strikes me more as someone who didn't want to become a full Jedi, but wants to honor not force training, but like the Jedi way. And he's a guardian of the wills, right? That's his like title.
Yeah. Or can't straight up you.
Oh, you're breaking up.
So are you.
Oh no.
You're breaking up for me.
You're breaking up for me. It's getting better now.
You're fine now. Keep talking.
All right, we fixed it.
Did you have more to say?
Just that I think Chirrut was, his plan all along was to be a little more monk-like and didn't want to go full Jedi with his training.
I think he wanted to. I think he would have loved to use the Force if he could have, but just something didn't get him there. And I mean, he was blind and he was fighting really well, so I guess he was using the Force to some degree. So
Yeah, I think he
I'll
was.
go with he was using the Force, just not like telekinetically.
I think he had the same mindset as Ezra, like the Force is my ally and that's all I need. And he didn't feel the need to train so far as to be able to force push and build a lightsaber and yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Lindsay Brown, thank you for the next one. I love how the series starts with Ahsoka and Sabine estranged while Balin and Shin are tight. Then it flips on its end. It's like poetry.
Yeah, that's true. That's a parallel I hadn't drawn, but you're right. Yeah. Balin walked away from Shin just like Ahsoka walked away from Sabine. I still don't think there's a whole lot of animosity between the two of them, but it definitely happened.
Yeah, it's tough because we don't know their history. We don't know how long they've been together. We literally know nothing. So it's hard to judge how loyal they are to each other, knowing so little about them.
Yeah, but I do think that there were a lot of purposeful parallels in this episode with Balin and Shin separating, Ezra taking their shuttle back to the New Republic. Like that was all very not shot for shot, but it was very similar to how the series opened.
Yeah.
Deidre Russell, thank you for the next question. Why the Mortis link instead of Zepho for Balin? Jedi Fallen Order has a bigger audience than Rebels or the Clone Wars.
I don't think so.
I don't think that's the case.
I don't think that's true.
I mean, I can't say with authority who has watched what more or played what more, but from my perspective as a content creator and seeing what gets watched, what doesn't, what gets engaged with, I would say that the Clone Wars, I think anything that's on TV, on streaming, gets a little more of an audience than video gaming. I don't think it's that far off, but I think more people have watched Rebels or the Clone Wars than played Fallen Order.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've been around for a lot longer too. So naturally, it's going to have a bigger audience, I would assume. But we can just talk about choosing the Mortis gods instead of Zepho. I think it's on a bigger scale. So it fits more with like an overall story arc.
And I think it's interesting that there have been Zepho connections. Like Peridia is just this weird nexus of stuff. There were connections, Mollie. Kujet was called by name. Kujet was called by name. If you took a screenshot and flipped it upside down and translated
I don't even remember that.
Katat, you should have watched my video about it.
What are you even talking about?
What are you even talking about? There were references to the Zepho.
Barely.
Pushing my buttons.
I'm being honest.
My buttons have been pushed.
What do you think the percentages of fans watching the show Ahsoka who also know who the Zepho are?
Slightly less than those who know who the Mortis gods are. Okay.
Slightly less.
You're being sassy.
I would love to see more Zepho stuff. I just think that the references that we've gotten so far have been more like Easter eggs than references.
I totally agree with you. There. But all I said was that it's interesting that Peridia has the Night Sisters and the Force gods and the Zepho. It's an Easter egg, but the Zepho still have a connection to Peridia.
But they haven't like made that super clear.
I agree, but it's there.
Okay, we gotta move on. We're so behind.
I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break.
Agree to disagree.
I will never stand down.
That means he agrees to give up on the argument and that I won. Anywho, I still appreciate you bringing that up, Deidre, because it's always a good time to give Alex shit for his Easter egg connections. Scotty Heron has the next super chat. Thank you so much, Scotty. Sabine opening up with the engine to keep the ship from crashing after losing a stabilizer was great and reminded me a lot of Anakin having to do something similar in TA when his fighter is sabotaged. Yeah. I mean, I always like when they just find ways to make the ships work because the story needs it to work. And, you know, between Sabine and Hu Yang, they're both supposed to be like really good when it comes to mechanical things. Obviously Hu Yang because he is mechanical, but Sabine is just super smart. And she is a Mandalorian engineer, so she knows how that stuff works. But I did love that moment of her taking out those two ships with the other ship. I was just like, when it crashed, I was like, did they just lose their ship? But between Hu Yang and the Noti, they went to town, they went to work, and they fixed that ship really fast. So good for them. And yeah, I like being able to see Sabine come in with her extensive like knowledge on stuff like that and not show off, but like use her knowledge to its full potential. Lord Hosk, thanks for the next super chat. Peridia equals Mortis. As such, Enoch equals Sabayoth. Confirmed.
Look at you saying Sabayoth right.
I've said it before.
It's a hard one to say. It's like Kabouth. That's how I used to read it. I didn't know how to say it until Timothy Zahn, I think, told people in one of the anniversary editions of Heir to the Empire.
They should really include pronunciation guides in these.
Some of them need that. But now I'm reading it. Enoch Sabayoth confirmed. Sure.
Sure.
Sure. There, that's the wildest theory we've heard so far.
I love it. If we see Enoch using the Force, great. Sure. Bring it on.
I was looking through thumbnails from previous videos back before Mando Season 3 came out, and I had one of we were talking about whether or not Christopher Lloyd was going to play Sabayoth because like his casting announcement happened and everyone was like, who's it going to be? And it was just some dude, just some security dude.
Just some dude, just some bloke.
Bones McCoy, thanks for another question. Did years of babysitter duty make Chopper soft? It seems like it. I touched on it earlier, but I feel like of all the people to be reasonable as a stormtrooper walked onto a New Republic deck, it was Chopper.
Here's what I think made Chopper soft. He works for the New Republic now. Hera is a general. Before, they were just some rebel cell, and he could get away with a lot more.
It's true.
Now he's like concerned because not just Hera, but Jason as well are, you know, directly related to him. So if he does something super, super bad, then he's putting their lives in jeopardy even more so.
It's true. I think you're right, but
He's
I still wish we got to see him with two blasters rolling around.
Yeah, we still will. I hope. I think he'll be on some kind of mission in between now and Filoni's movie where we'll get to see a big murderous Chopper scene. We'll get a hallway scene with Chopper.
Oh, please. That's what we need.
Yes.
Okay. I see there's more great theories here from Lord Hosk. Thrawn lived, ergo Jason Syndulla equals Kip Duron. Ezra lived, ergo Skeleton Crew equals Wraith Squadron. Are we keeping you from speculating irresponsibly? We're speculating completely responsibly. But you have become unhinged, Lord Hosk.
Who was Kip? Kip who?
He was one of the main characters of the Jedi Academy trilogy, and he stole the Sun Crusher, which was
I do know what that is.
a new super weapon, blew up a star system, really went off the deep end with the dark side, but came back, was allowed to be a Jedi again, despite murdering lots of people.
I mean, that would have been Ben Solo had he survived.
Mm-hmm.
We're still going to speculate irresponsibly, don't worry.
Again, I liked those books too. The Jedi Academy trilogy, that was a good one.
Jake Schnackenberg. Did I say that right?
I think so.
Thank you for the next super chat. What's next for Ahsoka and Sabine? How do you think Ahsoka and Sabine are going to get back to the main galaxy? Let's get back to the big picture here. So I think if we're going in the direction of the Mortis gods, I think we're going back to them / the world between worlds, and somehow that is how they'll get back. I don't think we'll go back to the whales. I don't think there's another hyperspace ring anywhere. I think we're going the mystical route for them getting home. Unless they enlist the help of Luke and Mando and Grogu and everybody else in the normal galaxy, and they're like, we know of a different way, and it's like a random new thing.
I agree with you. It's going to be mystical. If they go to Mortis, if Mortis is somehow on Peridia, the way that Anakin and Obi-Wan and Ahsoka entered Mortis and then exited it, and no time had passed, I think you could probably go into Mortis one way and exit another way, the same way you can with the world between worlds. So I think they're just going to maybe even accidentally get home. I can see that happening.
They just need to want it enough. No, I'm kidding. They gotta resolve
click their
all
ruby heels.
They gotta resolve all their issues. They gotta be best friends, and then they'll magically just appear back home. I'm kidding.
Ian Sharps, thanks for the next question. Will Ezra go to train with Luke on Ossus? Nah.
He doesn't need to train with anyone. He's got it. He's
as
done.
far as I'm concerned, he's a Jedi Knight. Luke also, the way they've set it up, this could always change, but Ben Solo is his first student. All his other students were about Ben's age. So I think if Luke met Ezra, he would be like, you've been a Jedi longer than I have. What am I going to teach you? Why don't you come? Do you want a TA? Do you want to help me out?
I bet Luke's never done the force push jump thing.
He's never had anyone to do it with. So maybe Ezra could teach him that. That would be fun. Just them passing tricks back and forth.
Yeah, that would be fun. But yeah, I feel like Ezra could teach Luke a thing or two.
Yeah.
Luke is... Never mind.
Luke has not been a Jedi nearly as long as Ezra has. That's fair to say.
I just... Okay, one point about Luke. The way he taught Grogu, it was very by the book, and I felt like that was on purpose. He's teaching Grogu these things that he knows on paper should be taught. He's not like fully there as a teacher yet.
I think part of that, I see what you're saying, but I think part of that interpretation just comes from the AI generated voice. Like, I get what you're saying,
Maybe.
but the words that Luke said, I was like, that sounds good, but the way he says them, quote unquote, I'm like, that sounds weird and robotic.
Yeah.
Audrey Beach, thank you for the next one. Love the symmetry with Mando Season 3. Grogu is a Jedi who became a Mandalorian. Sabine is a Mandalorian who became a Jedi. Sending you all the best. Thank you, Audrey.
Thanks, Audrey. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit when Mike was still here earlier. The idea that it's not so much who has the most midichlorians, it's that anyone can train themselves to be more in tune with the Force. It just takes a lot of training.
This makes me want to see Sabine and Grogu meet in the eventual crossover event. Like, we might get a very Avengers Infinity War or Endgame moment where like all these characters start to meet. Like, randomly, Rocket Raccoon meets the Winter Soldier and he's like, I'm gonna take your arm, with just like a funny little beat. And it would be fun if Sabine and Grogu got a little beat like that, where they're like, oh, Mandalorian, nice. Oh, Jedi, nice. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to take Brian down with me for anyone who's giving me crap about my hot takes on Luke. Brian, to me, that is not a hot take. And that's
where were we? Asar, can I? Oh, you're back.
I have the ability to add myself back into this stream.
I gotta remove that. Asar Canine, thank you for the next one. Why is Ahsoka so content staying on Peridia when one of the most dangerous people in the galaxy is back, ready to start a war? What is she gonna do?
Yeah, I feel like Ahsoka is in her no thoughts, vibes only era, where she is just super chill all the time, and anything that comes her way that is negative, she's gonna brush that off and be like, what are we gonna do about it right now?
I mean, that's kind of the lesson she learned, was just to find her optimism again. So I don't think you're that far off, but there's no way for her to get home right now. So she is trusting in the Force that she is where she needs to be. And she knows the problems that are happening in the other galaxy, but she's got to keep her mind on the here and now and do what good she can where she's at.
Yes.
I think that's it.
She is living by the lesson that Anakin just taught her, live or die. She's choosing to live. We all have to ask ourselves that question every morning we get up. Am I going to live to my full potential today, or am I going to lay in bed all day? We'll see.
Deidre Russell, thanks for the next one. Michelle C. Smith is Asajj Ventress. I had to look up who that is, but she is the stunt woman. I think she was Daisy Ridley's stunt woman, but I've seen her do a bunch of like really awesome twirly lightsaber videos.
Is she that girl?
I think
so. Who does the lightsaber twirly videos?
Yeah.
That like has a bunch of them out there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd love to see her play
Asajj.
Asajj.
I'd be down with that, yeah.
That'd be great.
Or just to get her in as a random Jedi doing the most crazy stuff.
The Jedi doing the most. Lesmond Degant, thank you for the next super chat. Do you think that the cargo is caskets or stasis pods / carbonite? P.S. How is your British battle droid doing? Oh, he lives on our Razor Crest still, I think. Yeah, I think the cargo is dead Night Sister bodies that they're planning on resurrecting once they get back to Dathomir. I think it's safe to assume they're little stasis pods.
Oh, you think they're stasis pods?
Well, they're like dead Night Sisters.
That would be caskets.
Okay.
Do you think they're alive or dead in those things?
I think they're dead.
Then they would be caskets. Stasis pods would be like keeping someone alive.
Well, maybe they're just pumping air fresheners in there. They're doing something. They got buttons and lights.
I assumed that if they were kept in the catacombs, that they would be caskets and that there are dead beings in there. And us seeing the stormtroopers get revived in this episode is prepping people for that to happen again. But if they're stasis pods, okay. And here's our British battle droid. Oh, I never remember how to do that.
Did we ever give him a name? What's the British version of Roger?
Isn't it just Roger? Roger's already a pretty British name, I think.
What about Pip Pip Cheerio?
That's crossing a line, I think.
What? I don't think so.
No, I can't make him stand up again.
I thought that was a cute name.
CHRIO, R10. Cheerio. AB5, thank you for the next one. My first time watching the show between shows live. Thank you both for these streams. Do you think Ahsoka will affect how you think of Rebels?
Nope. I don't think since we recently did our rewatch of Rebels, I don't think anything can touch that for me.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything about it that is going to change how I view that. It's nice to know that Ezra gets home. It's nice to have that level of closure, for sure. But I don't think there's anything that I guess we just have to watch Rebels again to make sure, but
gotta make sure. Joel Davis, thanks for the next one. I disagree with your critique that only having 8 episodes hindered Ahsoka. I think the episode script themselves went too much in going with a less is more approach. That could be true too. I mean, they could have done more with the time they were given. I do agree. But at that point, it's hard to say which one was hindering which.
I think the shorter you make a story, the harder it is to write it efficiently. And I think they made a lot of very efficient storytelling decisions, especially early on. And I see what you're saying about the less is more approach, but here he goes. But I think that allowing for more episodes would have potentially solved the less is more approach. I think the less is more thing is because they only had so much time to work with. And Joel also says, personally, I think Sabine and Ahsoka wrap up the Baylan stuff before the film and return to face off against Thrawn in the film. So Ahsoka season 2, then the film, whereas Sabine and Ahsoka return. I definitely think Sabine and Ahsoka will be back in the main galaxy for the movie, or it'll be part of the movie, but I think they'll be back because Dave is not going to leave Ahsoka out of his film. You're muted.
Sorry. They'll be back for the film. Sorry, I let Hilo in because he was just barking into the underside of my door. So he really just wanted in.
Lesman DeGaunt, thank you for another one. I think for Baylan, they might do the tried and tested Star Wars, forcing the character to wear a helmet so that anyone can play the role. I don't know where he would get a random helmet out in Peridia.
I don't think that is going to happen. Balin hasn't worn a helmet this whole time. I don't know why he would start wearing one.
Yeah.
That would feel a little silly.
Yeah. Just they're just gonna do a recast.
We can all be adults and acknowledge the tragedy that was Ray Stevenson's passing and acknowledge that he needs to be recast if we want the character to continue. That's it.
Ice, thank you for the next one. What a finale. My heart was pounding through the whole thing. I was screaming at my TV. Action was stellar. Pacing was fast and intense. The banter was fantastic. Definitely my favorite finale. I think Ahsoka could have benefited from a 10-episode season, something like that. The 8-episode structure is starting to feel limiting. Think that's dictated by budget, but definitely a thought I had. I also think it's dictated by budget first and foremost. But yeah, I definitely would have loved to have another episode or two.
Oh yeah, I mean, it would have been great to have some more story and dialogue stuffed into the season, but I also think it's budget. Like, Disney as a whole, like when Bob Iger came back, his main objective was to fix the budget, aka cut a bunch of stuff. So every aspect of Disney is cutting stuff. And they should be, because they've been wasting money on these huge budget movies that don't look great.
They're just making dumb decisions, and like the people, I don't want to get like too far down this road, but like the studios are making dumbass decisions, and it winds up affecting the people that they hire and not the people who are making the dumbass decisions. And that's very frustrating. And right. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Part of the reason why we're dealing with strikes right now.
Yeah.
Pay your writers, pay your actors.
Like, so glad the WGA strike is over and that they got a great deal from, by all accounts. Hopefully SAG is not far behind, and hopefully IATSE is not far behind, who we have several friends in IATSE. So whatever. The studios are being stupid and they're affecting so many things.
The theme parks are getting cuts. I mean, they cut all of the Halcyon, so that is just no longer a thing. The theme parks are having a lot of cuts too. We just don't see as much of it and hear about as much of it.
But yeah, that's a side of the business that I don't follow really. But anyway, Jack the Seven, thank you for the next question. Do you think Sabine could be sensing Kanan's presence at the end or some point in the future? No, I think she was just sensing Anakin's presence.
Yeah, I think she's getting a little bit more in tune with the Force, and maybe was like, something weird's happening, but I don't know what it is. I don't want to say I don't think Kanan's Force Ghost would ever visit Sabine, but I don't think that's what she was sensing in that moment.
That there's like the whole question of, can Kanan be a Force ghost? We did hear his voice in The Rise of Skywalker. How much can he manifest? When and what? Blah, blah, blah. I think if he could communicate with Sabine that he would, but I think we were meant to think she was just sensing Anakin.
I would like to assume he would contact Ezra first, but then again, Ezra is in a really good place mentally, you know. So like, if Kanan's Force Ghost thought that Sabine needed his guidance more than Ezra, I'd be okay with that. But I didn't get that feeling in this show.
Me neither.
Calm Like a Bomb, thank you for being a member of the Biggs Mega Fans for 7 months. I'm still in shock. This show has been phenomenal. I can't wait to see how we continue the story. Yeah. Shock is a good way to put how we felt right after seeing the episode for the first time. We were just like, what? Okay. How do we process this?
I had so much fun, but I'm also frustrated. That's how I felt immediately after it. Scotty Heron, thank you for the next one. Thrawn be a fascist who dislikes democracy. He bad. I agree.
That goes back to we were talking about if he could be redeemed. I think. Yeah.
What's up, Lauren Romo? If this was talked about already, my apologies. But what are your thoughts on Anakin being the new father now? My cousin Andrea brought this idea up and had some compelling evidence to prove it. We did. I think we talked about it while you were here, but I can kind of see it being an eventuality. Mollie disagrees.
I don't know. I think Filoni would have to convince someone like me, who I do know about the Mortis arc. I don't know that I am I don't know that I think Anakin deserves to be a part of that now. More so because I don't think he should have that kind of responsibility.
I mean, he is the chosen one. The father kind of handpicked him to replace him. So we know he has the power to hold that role. He also has touched the light and the dark side.
But he goofed. Big
Everyone
time.
goofs, Mollie.
He goofed big time. I don't know. I just that wasn't anywhere in my head that he would become the new father, become a Force god.
It's not something that I'm planting my flag on. It's just something that I could kind of see happening that would be this big mythological end point for the character.
That just feels like an unsatisfying end, almost like putting Anakin in purgatory, which I don't know, maybe he deserves to be there.
I think it would be a completely satisfying end, and you disagree, and that's okay.
We'll see, I guess. They're going to spend all their budget money on making Hayden look good, which is fine, but be prepared for that.
You just mean younger, because he always looks good.
Yes, sorry. Making him look younger. Although they could just use a TikTok filter and be fine.
Look, Alan, who among us has not goofed in that way? Never mind.
I don't have time to explain all the ways that he has goofed. All I have time for is to say he's goofed.
He done goofed.
Dan the Man, thank you for the next super chat. Here we go. 1, do you think Thrawn will resurrect Ventress, Savage, and Maul? 2, will Kujet and Abeloth team up in Filoni or Rey's movie? And 3, could Baylan have been an apprentice of Vader? 4, Darth Talon.
I like the last one. Just
might as well toss her in.
It feels like it should have been the South Park thing, the underpants gnomes, where they're like 3 question marks for profit. Okay, 1, Ventress, slight maybe, probably not. Savage, no. Maul, impossible. He's dead and burned. I think as far as we know from Night Sister magic, you need a body to bring someone back.
If Sam Witwer is coming back, he's coming back as the son and not the voice of Maul.
I do he might play the voice of Maul if they do a live action Solo follow-up or something, but
sure.
Yeah, I'm going to say no to number 1. Number 2, will Kujet and Abeloth team up? Kujet's dead also. He's been dead a long time. So I think a team up there is unlikely. Abeloth also, I think, is unlikely to just appear at all, but we'll see. It's looking less likely than I would have said a week ago. 3, could Baylan have been an apprentice of Vader? I would say almost definitely not, especially.
We've seen so much of Vader's story in other media between the time he became Vader and the time he became Anakin again and died. I don't see where there was time for that,
Yeah.
but
But for Darth
Probably
Talon, I'll say there's always a chance because George Lucas apparently loved her.
she had sex appeal. I mean,
the
you
story
can't
of
deny
him
that.
seeing her and seeing a statue of Darth Maul and just putting them together and going, they're friends. Now kiss. Like, he didn't say that. He didn't say that, as far as I know. But
Mm.
I won't say that he definitely didn't, but there's no reports that say he did.
I would rather have Darth Talon show up than Abeloth. There's my hot take.
I'm with you on that. Bones McCoy, thanks for the next question. Why was that hug interrupted? Shot separately?
It never started.
Yeah, are we talking about Ezra and Hera? It never even. It's possible. Maybe they were just shot separately. But
yeah, that would suck. Then
that seems like something you could have figured out, but I don't know.
I'm disappointed there was no hug, but I don't think there was going to be a hug, and then it got edited out. Tully Quinn, thank you for the next super chat. Some folks seem mad Thrawn said long live the Empire instead of saying the Chiss ascendancy. Thoughts? Thrawn is all in on the Empire as far as we know at this point, right?
I haven't seen a single person say that, but I also haven't been searching for anything like that. It didn't bother me, but that's because I've been fully expecting that Thrawn would just be an Imperial bad guy in this series. All of the Chiss ascendancy stuff is from the books. I think Timothy Zahn will certainly come along. I bet like in a week we're gonna get an announcement of a new Thrawn book, Thrawn Peridia, or something like that. Thrawn Night Sister Alliance. And we'll get that story eventually, and we're gonna learn more about Thrawn and what he's thinking about and everything. But no, I didn't for a second get upset that Thrawn said long live the Empire.
Because he is fully invested in the Empire at this point. Does he have, at this point, do you think he has any hopes in returning to the Chiss ascendancy?
I don't know. After 10 years of absence, he might just be like, it's gone. They're definitely dead without me. He just has that much of an ego on himself that he's like, oh, I've been gone for 10 years. They're in ruins.
Yeah, I don't know. But I haven't seen anyone talk about that either. But
that all of the
that doesn't mean it's not out there.
All the Chiss ascendancy stuff, I'm like, I'm just gonna wait for the books because I know it's not gonna get covered in the show. Do you want to read one?
Oh, I thought it was your turn.
Was it? Recio Matt, thanks for the next question. Just tuning in. Those zombie death troopers are awesome. Now let's pray for the Royal Guard in season 2. That we need zombie versions of every stormtrooper and Imperial variant. That Hasbro would be so excited.
I am glad that they brought the death troopers in there because they were ruthless.
And people were asking last week, they were like, where are the death troopers? And we got to see that they were around, but I think we did theorize last week that they were just killed off early.
Yeah, because I said they would be on the front lines to protect Thrawn. And if they were zombies from the start, then we were right.
So yeah, they were already zombies. They were killed a long time ago.
Oh my gosh. I'm just now seeing people in chat talk about zombie Thrawn. And I didn't ever think of that as an option, and I kind of love that. But I think by the time Thrawn dies, the Night Sisters will probably be like,
yeah, I don't think they're gonna bring him back.
Don't want you around anymore. Sorry.
That'd be kind of fun though.
Alpine Vice Motorsports has the next super chat. At this point, do you think the references to the Zepho in the show, e.g., Kujet, were relevant canon references or just Easter eggs to tease fans? I think they were just for Alex to tease him.
No, I do think they were just Easter eggs. I mean, the fact that you had to turn that temple upside down and then translate the Urkatat like that's so many steps just for something fun to find. I don't think there was anything else beyond that. Which is what I said when I found out about all that. It's like, this is just a fun Easter egg. And some people were like, no, the Zepho are going to be back in the next step. Like, no. I would have loved it, but no.
But you still say that there's a Zepho connection to
Yeah,
this
there is.
story.
No, there's a Zepho connection to Peridia. I'm not saying it's going to play a part in the story, but there is a Zepho connection to Peridia. Open your eyes. You stop squinting at me.
I'm squinting. No comment.
Calm like a bomb. Thank you for the next question. Dave loves breaking our hearts, and he succeeded when Chopper rolled up and asked, Ezra, is that you? I haven't really listened to what Ezra or what Chopper said. I need to go back and do that and try to parse it out.
I tried to.
That's cute if that's what he said.
Yeah, I tried to today, and now I'll go back and insert Ezra, is that you, and see if those syllables work. But I would love it if that's what it is. One of these days we got to get subtitles for Chopper. I would love that.
Release the subtitles cut.
Bones McCoy with another super chat. Do you think any New Republic bits this season were originally intended for Rangers of the New Republic? Happy to have seen Carson and more pilots either way. Could have been. I mean, having Mon Mothma and Xiono and all of them on Coruscant, like it could have been planned for New Rangers of the New Republic, but
yeah,
I like that they included it here because Hera is a very direct connection from Ahsoka to the New Republic. So
yeah, I can see that. Anything with Carson and Hera that may have been, yeah, I can kind of see the Hera New Republic storyline being combined with the Ahsoka Peridia stuff. I'm not sure if that's the case. Since they announced Rangers of the New Republic and Ahsoka at the same time, it's possible Ahsoka was like written and ready to go, but we'll never know.
what if they had planned to have Zeb as a main character in Rangers of the New Republic, and then they were like, we can't afford that?
Maybe. Diego Imanol, thank you for the next one. What do you think if Thrawn doesn't get killed like in Legends, but rather be a prisoner of the Republic and later being handed the Chiss Ascendancy by request of the emissary Eli Vanto? Thanks for all your great work. I mean, I'll do just about anything to see Eli and Thrawn reunite. I think that would be great.
Well, the casual audience doesn't even know what the Chiss Ascendancy is.
I don't care.
I know you don't, but I just don't see how that would work in the main storyline or in a movie to just all of a sudden be like, we're not going to kill Thrawn. We're going to send him back to his home world.
Well, this is way off from now. They have plenty of time to set all that stuff up.
Sure.
But honestly, I really hope that Thrawn's, I'm going to try to be delicate with like 30-year-old spoilers, but I think I want Thrawn's story to end the same way that it does in Legends. I really like how it happens.
And it's lining up so far.
Yeah, they can,
right?
Yeah, I think so. There's nothing that they've done that I'm like, oh, well, that's gone.
A lot of people have said, oh, are the Night Sisters replacing the Nogri?
They could.
I think that's fair.
They could.
Yeah.
I see it.
Dean the Machine, thanks for another super chat. The two troopers standing with Sabine and Ezra trying to figure out how to double jump would have gotten such a talking to in their employee review.
Yeah, they didn't even, they could have just shot. Oh, maybe that's what you were talking about. Dean was talking earlier about how the stormtroopers weren't shooting, and I thought he meant when they were surrounding Morgan
Oh, yeah.
and Ahsoka. But yeah, they were just standing there. But who could have guessed that someone would make that jump?
Not me.
Not me.
When Sabine suggested it, I was like, girl, you just learned how to pick up your lightsaber, and now you're gonna toss your best friend.
I mean,
Be careful.
that's basically what Ezra's reaction was too. Imp Simp, thank you for the next one. Love from SoCal. The Japanese words are a callback to Kurosawa, a huge inspiration for George Lucas. Will Thrawn travel to Wayland after Dathomir? Are we going to see Mount Tantus? I still think that's a possibility after seeing it pop up in the Bad Batch.
I wouldn't mind that. Like, if there's a big time jump, and there's a extended amount of time that Thrawn is kind of hiding out on Dathomir, and the timeline lines up, which I don't know if it does, but yeah, sure. Let's get Thrawn over to Mount Tantus just to let him see what's going on.
He can move around. He can have multiple bases.
I'd like that. I want him to like spend a significant amount of time back in this galaxy before we have like his big finale.
I think he will. I think he'll be a looming threat throughout the other series now.
Josh Mansfield asks, how TF?
Oh, that was close. That was close, Molly.
How TF did Thrawn not figure out how Ezra did Thrawn not figure out Ezra stowed away?
Yeah, that they really just kind of waved that
Glazed
away.
over
I
that.
mean, he put on the stormtrooper armor and he hid. I'm more just like he was able to easily fly that shuttle out of a Star Destroyer, and no one was like, maybe their tractor beams were messed up. I'll assume that.
He heard about the reinforcements coming, so he had a heads up on that. So maybe he just like knew either to take those reinforcements out before they could find out where he was going to the shuttle, or he just figured out a way to hide from them until they went past and then got in the shuttle and like skedaddled.
Yeah, but I was more thinking once you take off from the hangar, someone's going to know. But I will assume that the Purrgil destroyed their tractor beams, and so there was nothing they could do. He was hidden in stormtrooper armor. Nobody knew. That's it. I was like, oh, we cut from him dragging a stormtrooper away to being on the home one. And I was like, oh, okay, we just jumped over a lot.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that was going to be him on that ship when we first saw it in the episode. I was like, who's this? Also, Thrawn could have seen that happen and been like, let him go.
He's like, I don't even care. I'm just glad to be home.
Let him go. After everything that happened, after they got through all of his defenses, he's just like, whatever. I don't care about that kid anymore. So sick of him.
I don't want to see your face. Ice, thank you for the next couple. Even though we barely got him, what a legendary final role for Rafe Stevenson. He was stellar from start to end. I had hoped he got to see the story through, but regardless, he was phenomenal. R.I.P. Ray. That epic final shot, though, feels like a great send-off for him. I don't know how they'll continue his story, but right now I just want to celebrate Ray. That's exactly how I feel. Just like being grateful for not just this performance, but all of his great performances. I've enjoyed him in lots of roles. Check out RRR if you've never seen that, but like Punisher, Warzone. He was a great villain in Dexter. He was good, and he was really, really good in Ahsoka.
I liked him a lot. Trevor Nesbitt has the next super chat. Been championing that the Mortis gods were coming back and no one would hear me. I'm so gratified. Also, how long do you think we'll be in the dark on what's next as for season 2 and Baylan recasting?
No one would hear me.
I I think we'll be in the dark for a little while because the strikes are still going on. There's a lot happening behind the scenes. Sorry, the strike, the WGA strike is over, but the SAG-AFTRA strike is still going on. So I wouldn't count on any big Ahsoka season 2 news till next year sometime.
Deadline put out an article today that was like, Ahsoka season 2 is very much in the conversation, and it's like no deals are going to be struck right now. So if the strike weren't happening, then they may have already figured that out and we could have gotten an announcement, but they can't do that right now. So I think it's going to be some time before we learn what's going to happen. Chris Ray, thank you for the next one. Alex and Mollie, thanks so much for all you do. Your videos and live Q&As have really deepened my appreciation for Star Wars. Thank you. Loved the finale, but most disappointed that Ezra and Space Mom didn't hug. What the heck?
That was sad. I
wanted that too.
Mary Elizabeth Winstead has done such a stellar job, in my opinion, at playing Hera this whole time. And I just wanted so badly for her to run up and hug Ezra. But I get that she might have been in shock a little bit.
Well, yeah, when a stormtrooper stumbles onto your deck like that, I'm just Ezra, which I'm just like, Dave, why would you write it that way? Just have it be him.
Yeah, that feels like a Dave joke that nobody thinks is funny.
just let them reunite and be happy. The stormtrooper, I don't know why the stormtrooper armor irks me. Because it could have gotten him shot, I guess. Ultima Bindesen, thank you for the next question. Would you consider Ezra as a Padawan or a full Jedi Knight? I mean, I'm no Jedi Master. I can't make these calls, but I'm going to go with Jedi Knight. Like, he deserves it.
Yeah, he can build his own lightsaber. He's built 3 of them now. He's survived in another galaxy for 10 years with the Force still as his ally. I think he deserves a little credit as Jedi Knight. I think Kanan would say as much. Kanan's Force Ghost.
We have decreed it so. He is a Jedi Knight.
And I think Thrawn would not allow anyone to say that someone who bested him was a Padawan.
That's true. Oh no, he was a Jedi Master for sure.
Yeah. Lindsay Brown, thanks for the next one. Yalo got me thinking how Shin might parallel what Sabine could have been. Shin might become a leader, which Sabine walked away from on Mandalore.
A little, but Shin's gonna like lead these raiders, but it could turn around. That could lead to, if Shin comes back and joins the good side, then she would be in charge of this little army. So that could be good.
Wait, who's Yalo?
Y'all.
YA''LO? It's
just a mistype.
Oh, okay. I thought Yalo was a Star Wars name.
I think she's saying y'all got me thinking.
Okay, that makes more sense. You can't tell me that
you're right.
YA''LO does not read as a Star Wars name. So there.
Yalo's from the planet Georgia. Do you have any thoughts on the parallel?
No, because I keep thinking, who is Yalo?
Okay.
It's my newest Glupshido.
I like that. Myth Yalero. Thank you, Scotty.
It's getting late.
Dean the Machine, thanks for the next one. Enoch is Uncle Harlow.
Oh, no.
We're getting into the... You encouraged people to send in their wild theories, and here we go.
I love it. We haven't seen Uncle Harlow yet, so...
He could be anyone. Enoch Harlow. Quinn Volpe, thank you for the next one. The Noti that cheered when Sabine took out the TIE fighters felt very much like a Babu Frick cheer. It was all I heard in my head. I love those little puppets and those little critters. Not critters, people.
Yeah, they're a civilization.
Yeah, I shouldn't call them critters. At
I
least I
love
didn't
them
call
too.
them monsters like Mike did.
That's fair. Rice Khan, thanks for the next one. Enjoyed Ahsoka and your insight off topic, but are you familiar with the channel Dead Meat? Mollie reminds me a lot of Chelsea. Used to get you mixed up.
I think so. I think I know what that channel is.
Do they talk about horror movies?
I think so. Yeah, they do.
Okay.
I
I've never
know of
watched
them.
the channel, but I know it's been brought up a couple of times, so I should watch them.
Tis the season.
Well, yeah.
Trevor Nesbitt, thank you for the next one. Also, I watched your Abeloth video. That's an old one due to all the theories, and it blew my mind that the Mortis gods existed pre-canon. I'm surprised I never heard of the mother before now. Love how Dave weaves stuff in. Well, I think the Mortis gods were, they're pre-2014, but I think they were created for the Clone Wars, unless I'm misremembering. But
were they in Legends though before?
I mean, like the Clone Wars is included in both canon and Legends, the same way the original trilogy is.
Right.
So, but yeah, they existed before the canon switchover happened. But yeah, that Abeloth video is real old.
Time to do an updated one, I guess.
Yeah, I know. But thank you for watching it, Trevor. Ice, thank you for the next two here. This show was phenomenal. Definitely my new favorite live action series. I loved every episode, and it was such a rewarding experience as a Rebels fan. The search for Ezra has been my most wanted story for 5 years since Rebels ended, so to me, this was top tier. Now I need season 2, but I will wait patiently. That's great. I'm glad that it lived up to all of your expectations. I think this may have been probably the most consistent first season of a live action show in the Mandoverse for me. I do think I prefer Andor, but that just kind of came at me. I wasn't expecting it, whereas Ahsoka is in this preset Mandoverse, so I knew a little bit more what to expect, but I think I liked it more than The Mandalorian season 1.
Yeah, I guess I think I do too.
Whoa,
but it's more,
really?
Well,
there's no Baby Yoda in this one, Molly.
It's more about the connections it has to Rebels and the characters in Rebels that I already loved going into the first season. I didn't know how much Baby Yoda would mean to me until a couple episodes into season 1 of Mando, and I was like, this is my whole life now. But I wasn't as invested in the story and the characters there.
I really love the high fantasy feel of this series.
Sure. Scotty Heron has the next one. Off topic a little, but I finished the audiobooks for the 2 Thrawn trilogies last week. Holy cow, that's a lot. And I'm really missing Mark Thompson's VA work. What, in your opinion, are his best other Star Wars book readings? Well,
I'm pointing right at you.
I mean, he does a lot of stories in the certain point of view books, which those are, you would just have to, I guess, look up which ones he did. But his readings of all the High Republic books are great.
I was like, is she going to talk about what I think she's going to talk about?
Yeah.
You love his Markion voice.
Well, yeah. Everyone pointed that out on live on stage on a panel with him, and I felt very embarrassed.
You're allowed to love the man's work.
I just like his Markion voice is like what I imagined Edward Cullen's voice to be. Which is
All right, well, you just ruined the
gross.
High Republic for me. Forget it. It's over.
Look,
Cancel phase 3.
you know I like Twilight. You can't get around that. No one can get around that. So
I don't even really mind Twilight. I just you like what you like.
that's just a weird thing that I have going on in my head. So
That's all I. Okay. Now I just can't listen to the audiobooks anymore.
you never did.
I like reading more. Fanporium, thank you for the next one. I like this. Dave Wolverton 100% sounds like the pen name Dave Filoni would have chosen for his Star Wars fanfic. Are we sure he really exists? Hashtag conspiracy theory. That does sound hilariously on brand for Dave Filoni.
Oh my god, it does. But there's a picture of him, so we know he exists.
Dave
right?
Wolverton exists, yes.
But maybe Dave Filoni changed his name to be closer to Dave Wolverton. Probably not, but yeah.
You're thinking up the more wild theories now.
Ryan Murtaugh, thank you for the next super chat. Thoughts on the final score for the last episode? We didn't talk about the music at all. We're dum-dums. I was super hyped up listening to the last 2 to 3 minutes as it built to the credits.
That was part of the reason that, yeah, it felt like a Star Wars Rebels ending.
The music was so good. Sorry, Hilo keeps distracting me. And the Kiners hinted at like a deep cut in the finale episode, which I thought it was the music that they used in Rebels in the episode where Sabine gets possessed by the Night Sisters, but I've also heard a lot of people say stuff about the music at the very, very end.
The very, very, like the credits music was a little different. It sounded great. It was more along the lines of like Ahsoka's theme. It sounded like a more triumphant version of, I think it was the end of the Clone Wars season 7, but I saw people talking about Kanan's theme popping up when Ezra and Huyang discussed him. I listened back to the music from that Night Sister episode of Star Wars Rebels, and I didn't pick out anything familiar, but I may have just missed it. But all in all, like, it's just something that we take for granted, I feel like, is that the Kiners just crush it all the time. And so we should announce that. Yes, the Kiners crushed it this episode as well.
Mm-hmm.
They always do.
Give the Kiners all the Emmys. Is it Emmys? Yeah. TV? Emmys. Yes. It was great.
Ice, thank you for another one. Even I fell victim to the heroics of a single Jedi. Never again. Might be my new favorite Thrawn line. It was great seeing little cracks in his calm demeanor in this episode and the anger creep in. Those Jedi really get under his skin.
That's what I'm saying.
I loved that little moment too.
The Jedi and the whales. Two biggest hates.
He hates whales, yep.
Two biggest no can do's in Thrawn's world. Hilo keeps walking into my office and growling. Tristan Quiraz? Sorry if I butchered your name. How do ages work in the Star Wars universe? Different planets have different rotation speeds, and now we have a new galaxy. How does this all work? Lore-wise, Alex, tell us the answer.
I mean, time is just a construct, man. And so is age. Like, if you take our clocks away, we're all still going to age the same speed.
Oh my god, Ahsoka, is that you? Is that super chill Ahsoka that I see? Stop.
Lore-wise, everything is basically based off of the Coruscant calendar. That's it. A year on Coruscant is that's the easy way to understand it. A year on Coruscant is your birthday, basically.
So now we all have 2 birthdays: our real birthdays and then our Coruscant birthdays.
Mm-hmm.
Hilo is messing with me. Come here.
Under your desk.
Yeah. Come here, bud.
Hey, Ken Plume, thank you for the super chat. Maybe Balin was just looking for a great view. Well, he found it. He was looking right into Mordor. It looked great. He's gonna march right into Mordor. Good for him. And the Argonath are always cool. Promax Media, thank you for the next one. Hey guys, just want to say this channel has become my go-to place for anything and everything Star Wars. Great vibes and good conversations always. Thank you, Promax. I like that. It sounds like a Fox 97 ad. Oh, that's a Georgia specific thing. Good times, great oldies. Great vibes and good conversations.
Are you talking about Georgia radio station?
Yeah, you remember Fox 97, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Good times, great oldies.
It's been a while since they went by that, I think.
Well,
I
yeah,
gave
it doesn't exist
Hilo
anymore.
for a bit.
I'll welcome him. AB5, thank you for the next one. Note of appreciation for the show. Ahsoka's perspective at the end of part 5 actually helped me keep an open mind, and I love how the story played out. I really like how the story played out. I have some criticisms about the execution, but the story itself I liked.
Yeah, same. I think there could have been more, but I assume we'll get it somewhere. Season 2 or a movie or something.
Oh, hello.
Oh, he did that right in the microphone.
He really did. Hello. He says, pet me more.
Oh.
All right. I'm scrolling up to see if I can find Coinan's super chat.
Okay.
If you want to read the next one.
Bones McCoy, thanks for another one. Ashley cameo for season 2. I would love it. I'm bummed that we didn't get one in season 1, so I'm not going to count on it, but I would love to see another or a cameo from any of the voice actors, but mainly Ashley would be nice. Deidre, how is there still fuel for TIE fighters? Maybe they're running on Night Sister magic at this point. Who knows?
I mean, the wings are solar panels. I feel like they still would need some fuel of some kind, but maybe they can just when they're interplanetary, like we're just staying in orbit, we'll be all right.
Well, they haven't had to fly them anywhere this whole time, so I'm sure they had some.
It's just
fuel
really,
reserves.
really old fuel.
Yeah, it's farts. They're running on farts.
We have entered that point of the stream. Coin and Ekin, thank you for the next one. Might be taking a huge leap. Oh my God, Hilo. But is there a parallel between Balin's and the Last Jedi Luke wanting to end the cycles? I mean, I don't think that's a huge leap. I think that both of them kind of thought the Jedi were flawed and therefore need to not exist, when I don't think that's the case. To quote our friend Joseph Scrimshaw from Force Center podcast, Justice for the Jedi, they are flawed, yes, but they're still the good guys. And just saying, well, they didn't do a perfect job, so we got to get rid of them completely, I think is wrong. Having the Jedi around, updating how they operate, that's different. I think that's a good thing. But to just say that, like, I see Balin very much as just an ex-religious person who had a bad experience and was like, and now I reject all of it, even the good stuff.
Yeah. I actually like the connection of Balin. Uh-oh. My AirPods just died.
I can hear. Oh,
Wait,
you
say
can't
something?
hear me.
No, they died. Hold on.
Well, Mollie likes the connection, but we'll never know what she likes the connection of. Is that right, Hilo? Isn't that right? I am waiting patiently.
I gotta change my settings. Hold on.
No. Chase says, oh, you ran out of farts. Mollie did run out of farts. She didn't. She farts all the time. It's gross. Not that I don't even have a sense of smell, but she be farting.
Oh.
And I'm just gonna keep talking about it until she is back.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh. Can you hear me?
Why can't I hear you?
Oh, I don't know. You farting too loud?
Hold on, I'm gonna leave and come back.
Oh, she can't hear me over all the farts. Oh, Hilo. We've gotten to the point where Hilo is just tired of us being on the computer. Goose, I'm only gonna get got if someone snitches, and snitches get stitches. Goose.
What did you say about me?
Nothing. I was talking about Hilo and how much he farts.
You will be farting. Not me though.
Never once.
All right, where were we? We gotta eat dinner at some point. I don't care what you said about me.
You had
he will.
I know. I think he needs to go outside. So now
Oh.
that you're back, I might run him outside.
Okay, where are we at? Super chats.
Ice, thank you for the next one. The Night Sister ritual was so dope. So psyched we finally got green flames. Me too. I like that Morgan's look changed. Instantly recognized it from the Clone Wars. Before I go let him out, I love that that's how that happens. I just thought they were tattoos. But the fact that it's just like, no, we burn you. The gift of shadows. Like, so cool.
Do you think that that's what happens to all of them?
Probably.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But very cool.
All right. I'm going to go let Hilo out and I'll be right back.
Okay. He doesn't want out. He just wants a treat. We normally give him a treat like while we're eating dinner. And he's like, what the F? You guys aren't even eating dinner. Calm like a bomb. Thanks for the next one. I think Chopper has some sort of sensor that indicated it was Ezra. He knew before the helmet came off. Yeah, I think the droids have like, the droids have the heat detection sensor. Like they've just got a bunch of random sensors that could be like, yeah, that's a human body that I've come in contact with before. Maybe we could pretend that Chopper has like an Ezra tracker and is like, yep, that's him. Or Chopper was like, there's no stormtrooper that'd be dumb enough to just walk in here like that. That's gotta be Ezra. Broski official, thank you for your super chat. I'm gonna tell Alex to look for your message in the chat when he gets back. So I will come back to yours. Jane Dalton, thank you. If we're going back to Mortis, could time work differently there and Ahsoka could meet her younger self because Ahsoka in the Clone Wars met her older self? We have a full Clone Wars trio cast now. That would be crazy. Let me think about this. Could Ahsoka meet her? Yeah, I mean, well, I don't think that would happen though because technically she didn't meet her younger self, but she kind of already revisited her younger self in this season when she was dead, quote unquote. But that would be interesting if that happened. But I do think Ahsoka has kind of gotten past most of the trauma that was holding her back at this point. And if she needed to go back and revisit her younger self, that might feel repetitive. Like if she were a real person, yes, of course, I would say I would love for her to revisit more of her childhood trauma, but I think for the sake of the show, she's gotten past all that. Jane says, I literally forgot I asked it at this point. Yeah, we got pretty far behind on questions. Sorry. Ice has a few new super chats here. Loved Ezra building a new saber with Hu Yang. Me too. I loved that he proved he didn't need one, but I'm glad he did build a new one. And the way it resembles Kanan's was perfect. Had me absolutely sobbing. Ezra arguing with Hu Yang over how to build the lightsaber was so freaking funny. Like all the people to argue over that, Ezra, my guy. I agree. I also like how Hu Yang switched from Kanan to Caleb and back again with no explanation. Really nice touch since he would have known him as Caleb Doom. The fact that Hu Yang kept a spare piece of Kanan's lightsaber in case he had ever needed to replace it made my heart melt. All the younglings he helped, but still made little efforts for all of them. Yeah, Hu Yang's just a really good guy like that.
Hu Yang was great throughout the entire show.
He really
MVP.
was. I'm so glad we got, just like Ice, I'm so glad we got the scene of him building that new saber because we got that little conversation too, and it was so good.
Well, the part of me is like, you only had 2 of those ever? Like, don't you have a 3D printer? You can't make more?
I skipped one because there was no message, and I was going to ask you to go back and look for it, but
Okay, I'll look for it.
I
can do that.
Oh, it was Brosky
it.
official. Did I say Brosky official? I'm silly.
I gave Hilo a treat because that's what he really wanted, and he's chewing on it right next to me. So. What?
As soon as you left, I was like, what he really wants is a treat.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Because he gets one almost every night.
Yeah,
now.
he did have to go pee. I took him outside, and there was an owl in a tree, and I heard it, and I was like, Morai.
No way. I've never heard an owl back there.
Now, there's an owl back there.
Better not eat my toad.
I don't think it wasn't in our yard. It was down the way. But Broski official, thanks for the super chat. What if Thrawn actually is the one to spoil to the galaxy that Leia is the daughter of Darth Vader? Sorry if this was asked. Love the show and y'all as well. Thank you, Broski. If that happens, it would be overriding the book Bloodline because that's where the galaxy finds out. Yeah,
that already happened, kind of.
Yep. Well, it hasn't happened in the timeline now. It will happen later, but no one knows about it for a while.
Joel Davis, thanks for the next one. I think the biggest issue with a lot of these Disney Plus shows is not the amount of episodes, but the fact that they just feel like extended movies and not TV shows. Hot take, but maybe less episodes could help more.
At a certain point, you're just making movies, which is fine. But yeah, I do agree with you. I felt it a lot in Obi-Wan Kenobi. I felt it a little bit in Ahsoka. I think they did a better job of making them all episodes, more so than Obi-Wan, which felt like a movie that was stretched out and then just kind of like arbitrarily chopped up. But yeah, I agree, especially with the Marvel shows. Some of them, like Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I remember watching that and being like, this is just kind of cut weirdly.
Yeah.
Scott Serrato, thank you for the next one. Does Thrawn actually believe the diehard long live the Empire ideal he seems to be stoking with his troops, or is he still truly loyal to the Chiss? And is he doing anything to get back to them? When we watch the shows, here's what I think. When we watch the shows and we watch the movie, we're going to believe that he is all in on the long live the Empire ideal. And then when we read the books that Timothy Zahn writes after the fact, it'll be involving the Chiss ascendancy to some degree. I think that's how this has been going since Star Wars Rebels. Also, Thrawn was originally written as a diehard long live the Empire guy. Everything about the Chiss ascendancy came after the original Thrawn trilogy.
I just think people need to hear that in the back.
Oh, that Thrawn was originally written that way?
Yes.
Yeah, he is a diehard long live the Empire guy. He thinks that the Empire will help the Chiss ascendancy, so it's kind of a both situation. I don't think we're ever going to hear about the Chiss in these shows. If we do, that'll be great. I think that's awesome, but I am not expecting it.
If we do, I'll be shocked at like the long run plan that they had for Thrawn. Not to just bring him in as another Imperial baddie that's slightly smarter.
I do think this would be funny though, if Morgan, if he goes, long live the Chiss Empire, and then Morgan's like,
you're like, huh? What?
Long live Dathomir. Like they're both whispering all these different things.
That would be funny. Ryan Murtaugh has another super chat. I've seen mixed feelings on a solo sequel. I almost said so cool. Just combine those. I would love one myself. What are y'all's feelings? I would love a solo sequel. I loved the characters in Solo. I loved what's his name as Han?
Alden, yeah.
Alden Ehrenreich. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought Solo was a lot of fun. It's not my favorite Star Wars movie, but it's one that is just very easy to put on and watch and have fun with. I loved Donald Glover as Lando. So my hope is that the Lando movie could be kind of a Solo sequel. I think there's potential in that. Or if they just do a Calrissian Chronicles style movie, I'm down with that too, whatever they want. But yeah, I think that they had a lot of potential that they set up. Ice, thank you for the next few here. I do wish Ezra's new saber was green, but I'm guessing he didn't bond with that Kyber crystal. I think it was just a spare one Huyang had lying around. I think so. Blue's an awesome color. I love it, but we just see so many of them. I miss my greens. It's why I freaked out when Ezra had a green one in Rebel Season 3. Even then, I was feeling the fatigue a bit. Maybe they can do what happened with Ahsoka's sabers when Anakin had them and Ezra does bond with it. It can change color. Just a small nitpick. I mean, I think the real reason is that he gave his green one to Sabine and they wanted Ezra to stand out and you to be very easily able to tell who was who in that fight. So he got blue.
Yeah.
And not to start a big old fight here, but blue's the better color, Ice, okay? Blue's the better lightsaber, all right?
Wait, do you think blue, the color, is better than green? Or do you think a blue lightsaber is better than a green lightsaber?
I'm saying that every time I made a Star Wars lightsaber fan film in high school, I gave myself a blue lightsaber. Blue's my lightsaber color, so.
Well, you're all wrong. Lilac is the best lightsaber color.
Lilac?
Because it exists not even in like video games.
Lilac?
Yep.
It's not listed as lilac.
I don't care.
You mean
the color lilac?
Like indigo?
Sure.
Purple? It's just purple.
Lilac.
Okay.
Pinky purple is the best. You don't want to pull me into this argument.
No, you can have lilac. Go with lilac.
I am pure chaos.
Chartreuse and only chartreuse.
Dave Metron, thank you for the next super chat. Marin had a grudge against the Empire because they technically wiped out her people. How do you feel about Morgan and the Great Mother's Empire alliance? I think it is fleeting.
Well, yeah. I wonder if the Great Mothers know about what happened, and like it's all very. You could technically say, well, that was the Separatists that did it, but Marin knew enough to be like, no, it was the Separatists at the command of the Emperor, who is in charge of the galaxy now. So I wonder if the Great Mothers know, and maybe they are out for revenge in the long run, or maybe they don't know at all. Morgan, I feel like, should have known, but she did call herself a survivor back in episode 1. So I think she was just like, I'll do whatever I can to live through the destruction of my people.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think this is gonna be a long-lasting alliance.
No, I don't think so. I can see Hilo back there just like looking around for more treats.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Pilla, thank you for the next one. We're going to try to rapid fire these last couple super chats because we've been going for almost 4 hours and we need to go take a break and have dinner and go to sleep. Do all those, human things.
And maybe that order.
Yeah. Andrew Pilla, thank you. Thrawn will find Eli Vanto, who kills Thrawn after realizing he is not the same person he knew, and ally the Chiss with the New Republic. Discuss.
I will discuss, because I had that same theory a while back. I think that it kind of works. I think we're a far, far off way from it. That Eli being a book only character, it would be a lot to bring him in, but it's possible. And I like the idea that when Eli and Thrawn first met, they were both early in the Empire. Eli realized what the Empire was and switched over to the Chiss Ascendancy, while Thrawn stayed and got worse and worse and worse. I think that would be very interesting and very tragic if Eli had felt that he had to turn on his friend to save the galaxy. I love the idea. I don't think it'll happen, just because we're so far away from all of that. But
yeah, it would
Cobb
take
Vanth,
a lot.
Cobb Vanth happened.
Well, Cobb Vanth worked because we could introduce him out of nothing. Because all the characters around him at that point were just learning new things at that time. I don't think it would work the same if we were just going to bring in Eli Vanto and the Chiss Ascendancy and suddenly introduce, like, it would take, I would think it would take a while to introduce those aspects of the story.
I think it would too.
But Star Wars has attempted that in the past, so who knows? I don't know.
Joel Davis, thank you for the next one. Will Thrawn meet Snoke? I don't think so.
Did no one watch the Q&A and my hilarious Parks and Rec joke that I put in there? You don't need this anymore.
Yeah, I don't think Thrawn knows what a Snoke is.
I would imagine I would imagine Palpatine would hide that from Thrawn because he needs contingencies and backup plans on backup plans.
I really want to get Palpatine's perspective of Thrawn's return. If he's like excited by it, annoyed by it, I think that would be a funny, from a certain point of view, story someday.
Captain Cover knows
He's
what's up.
In the lake. Yep.
He's in the lake. Also, thanks, Scotty, reminding everybody to smash that like button if you're still watching. We're about to hit 4 hours, so you're going to see the real weird stuff pretty soon here.
Oh, yeah, it hasn't started. We've been perfectly normal this whole time.
Yep.
Deidre Russell, thank you for the next one. How are you folks doing? Oh, wait, how are your folks doing with all the lore drops? My folks, I think they've only seen the first 2 episodes.
They're vacationing in Italy right now.
That's true. They're in Italy. They're just
They
like
could not care
traveling
less.
around Europe, sending us pictures from Rome and Venice. And okay.
We're like, cool.
Oh, yeah. Well,
so
I'm in
Enoch.
Peridia. But so far, they've seen the first 2 episodes and they said they're following it. So that's good news.
I'm excited to hear their full thoughts on
I
the
am
whole
too.
season once they come back and finish it. Barissa Lopez, wish we took a back seat on some of the moments to breathe, like Morgan's death, talking about Kanan, and the freaking hug. What did I say? Backseat.
I don't know.
Took a beat.
I was just gonna let you.
I'm just inserting new words into these now.
A
Sorry.
whole extra word.
Wish we took a beat on some of those moments. Yes, I agree. Morgan's death happened super fast. Talking about Kanan, that did happen twice. So I was okay with the Kanan mention, the second Kanan mention. The hug needed to happen.
The hug was my big one where I'm like, come on. I wish that happened, but oh well.
Yeah.
Ice, thank you for the next couple. Ezra learning about Clan Wren's fate and then not getting to give Sabine his condolences is also heartbreaking. I get they didn't have time, but it'll make Trials of the Darksaber hit so much harder. When he says, at least she has a family to go back to, versus he knows his parents are gone, but now they are in the same position, it'll hurt even more. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing where just I feel like that's a lot to drop on people who didn't watch Rebels, but B, it just would have been nice to see them relating to one another of, you know, they've both lost their parents, they have both been through this terrible experience. I could have used a little more time in this episode to just let the characters breathe. Give all those characters a backseat.
I agree. That all just came out of nowhere.
I was making a joke about the word beat, but never mind.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Sure.
Deidre has a question from hubby Martin. Thank you. Given that Night Sisters have been riding Purrgil for centuries, even colonizing Dathomir, do they really need Thrawn? I think they maybe needed a way back into this other galaxy to get back to Dathomir.
I think the bigger thing was their cargo.
Yeah.
Like I think it'd be difficult to convince a whale to put all of that in their mouth. And then
could you just like fit us in for one more, like a bunch more. Hold on, just like keep your mouth open. Don't worry.
I think it was the cargo that was the sticking point more than anything else.
Yeah. They needed someone to verbally agree to like take their whole sisterhood with them.
Rivi, thank you for the next one. I can't wait to see Shin's flashbacks humanizing the raiders and teaching them to ride speeders like a howler. It seems like it could do that. This basically is we have the Tusken Raiders and the Raiders, the nomads or whatever, and we have Jawas, the Noti, the little traveling groups. Kind of works.
Yeah, I think it works. Scotty Heron, shout out to the intro using Ziono's lines from the previous episode while flashing visuals of everything he talked about was A+ tier stuff in my opinion.
I think that's funny. Yeah, showing him being like all of these unbelievable things, and then the show is like, here's all of them though. It really did happen.
Here they are happening. Good luck, losers.
Ice, thank you for the next one. Forgot to mention it, but the Blade of Talzin, what? So cool. Kind of wish Morgan fought Ezra with it briefly, like how Talzin fought Mace just for fun. I mean, she fought Ahsoka with it. I don't know. Why did it have to be Ezra?
I just was psyched that the name Talzin was dropped and the blade showed back up, which any blade that's like just naturally on fire with some weird color of flame is going to be really cool.
Also, I rewatched the episode or that moment where Talzin, my brain is done, where Talzin conjures the blade to fight Mace, and she does it in like the same way. It's very cool.
Love that connectivity. Dean the Machine, thank you for the next one. Any chance you might have on James and Mason from Weekly Planet as guests for a show like this for Andor Season 2? Would love to.
Yeah. We've had James on.
Yeah, we've had James on, I think, twice.
Just once. I forget what it was. It was for Boba Fett, maybe?
Yeah, that makes sense. But
Maybe
I know
Mando?
because they're in Australia, right?
Yeah.
The timing is always a lot different. So it can be a little tricky, but love those guys.
Yeah, love them, love their show, would have them on anytime.
Yes, they're that's Mr. Sunday Movies.
Yeah.
If people don't know them by name.
Lord Husk, thanks for the next question. Farts power the entire Star Wars galaxy?
Yes.
Mollie? Yeah?
It explains everything, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you're the expert, so.
What's
Lord
that?
Husk, what?
What's that?
You're the fart expert.
I am?
You're not?
Says who?
Says you.
Says me. We don't have time for this.
This is a weird. This sounds like the start of a Labyrinth song.
You remind me of the babe. What babe?
And Lord Hosk also says Ahsoka behind the scenes is now on Disney Plus if this ends.
Huh?
I don't know. Like if we were to end the stream, all of a sudden the behind the scenes would be on Disney Plus, which is not the case, but
that would be great. There is like the Master and Apprentice special thing that came out a while ago, but it's like 7 minutes long.
Ken Plume tried and failed to be the last super chat. Nice try, Ken. I appreciate the attempt. Go eat. Your watch is ended. Not quite. We're almost there, but thank you. Here we go. Ice says the 3 Jedi fighting the Night Troopers was spectacular. Seeing them work together was amazing, and Ezra's pull into Ahsoka's blades was so slick. I also really liked that. I liked Sabine switching to blasters because she's not as good at deflecting, using the sword and shield maneuver Kanan and Ezra used with Rex in Rebels. Our friend Andy Blanchard tweeted, I didn't notice this, but the first shot that is fired at Sabine, she takes it just straight to the helmet. And I'm like, yeah, just use the blasters. The resurrection chant was so chilling. I was freaking out as they rose up. The timing was perfect. Alex, you must feel so vindicated after last week. Yeah, I do. I was a couple weeks off, but I was happy.
We're just glad that it happened at all.
Mm-hmm.
Better late than never.
The fight with Ahsoka and Morgan was so epic. The speed was insane. Deanna Lee and Asanto went out like an absolute boss. One of the best duels ever. I agree. I'm glad that she had such a great final episode. And Ken Plume sent another one that says, wait, what now? Go. And then Lord Hosk said, first. Which
seems like a perfect way to end this.
And I'm going to say right now, if anyone sent in another super chat, we appreciate you, but we'll save it for tomorrow's Lego stream because we have to go eat. Thank you all for sticking with us for 4 hours, over 4 hours. This is easily our longest stream of the season. Also, it's just great to wrap up another season of Star Wars television with all of you. These after shows have been so much fun to do since, when did we start them? Mando season 2, I think.
Something like that, yeah. But we really appreciate, first, the amount of people tuning in for these. Crazy. Thank you guys so much for just listening to us ramble on for hours and hours. And for everyone's very generous super chats. Honestly, you guys, we wouldn't be able to do this if it weren't for these streams and shows and the generosity of all of you. Like, you guys are why we can keep doing this. So thank you so much.
I think people like seeing us get to the later hours where we lose the ability to talk and or read.
The layers just come flying off the later it gets.
But yeah, we really appreciate everyone hanging out with us and chatting about these shows together. It's always fun. I'm out. My brain is fried. I've been I was up until 4 last night. So
yeah. Well, this was a really fun stream, guys. Thank you again. We're gonna go eat dinner, and we'll see you tomorrow night for a Lego stream where we can pick up where we left off and get even weirder with our conversations.
good night, everyone.